So now we are officially online. Yes, everyone. Welcome to everybody who could make it.
Invisible?
Yes, no.
Yes, we can hear you.
Europe, but okay, can you please start with rather than the Middle East? Although, if I assume that everything is being recorded. Syria and Turkey, maybe. Depending on your target, right? Which Turkey very easily going to the north and Syria to the east. I'm Rosie Artemis. For the three guests we have that I don't know personally, they're joining us from Turkey, from Italy, and from Germany. Also, hello to Aurora, who couldn't be with us physically, but she's online, and we're very happy to have her presenting today. So today's, tomorrow's, the two-day workshop is part of the Cartography project, the Cartography of the political novel. As you know, we were very excited to start it in late 2023. We have to thank Zinka, who is physically here, and she was physically also in charge of compiling all the documents together with the team in Croatia, and also organizing the consortium, which is including the University of Brighton, the University of Cambridge, Adam Mickiewicz in Poznan, University of Zagreb, of course, and other entities that are not university institutions, like Slobodan Domenov, who are in charge of the technical part, and also other non-profit organizations associated with the ideas behind our project. I'm representing, of course, we know in what situation I'm representing the University of Nicosia, but I was lucky enough to find two more team members. We have Nikki Sergi, who is our colleague from the Department of Graphic Design and Fine Art, who is very competent in the history of the book. She has also background in French. We're not, because speaking French as well, in French language. And my colleague who is a part-time faculty, at the moment teaching, but she promised to bring some students. So we're going to put the students in the center and put them in the focus of this meeting. Today, I just wanted to invite them because we have a very small group of English philology students who could benefit both from meeting with international scholars, and also they could benefit definitely from the topic, which is literature, the wider area of literature, and the particular topic of the political novel. So I'm excited to have you. I know that it's not easy to leave your job and then you go back. Emails will be flying, I'm sure, just the same way they're flying to me at this moment. But we're going to try to forget for a second our administrative duties and just enjoy some high-quality academic work, which is related to our research, to our passion as well, because very often we have to teach stuff which is not exactly our main domain or our main interest. I'm happy to have also the opportunity to introduce the dean of our school, who is also in charge of technology. He understands stuff with the mouse, etc. He's going to say a few words on behalf of the school, because like I would say most universities in the world at this moment, all the humanities are under serious pressure. If it is not termination of contracts and moving into part-time work and so on, it is definitely pressure for more research, quality sometimes goes in the air, more and more research, more and more administration, less and less faculty and more administration. So basically, he's a person who is weathering the situation here. He's been dealing with administration for quite some time, but in his free time, when he's not administrator, he's also into typography and book design. So he's a man who knows a lot more than me about designing and even printing materials. I have to say also apologies for those who forgot their best classes and they don't see their names well written. I tried my best. I designed as much as I could. I put it in bold. The printer printed it. The program as well, I had an exchange with Rinka. The program was proved, I think, 4 times. From my desk, it went to Mladen in Slobodna Domena, who designed most of it. He sent it back. We sent some corrections because we spelled one name. And then the fourth time it went to the printer and it came up with some errors. I noticed that certain letter combinations, but like behavior is misspelled, but it's particular combinations of letters. This is the advancement of technology, I suppose, and the advent of the machines. They're coming. They're going to get us, turn us obsolete, and they're going to get rid of us. But in any case, apologies if you see something. I can guarantee you know how to spell. It's just happening like this. So without much ado, I'm introducing my dean, who's going to say a few words. And then I didn't warn you, but if you want to say officially a few words before your speech, if you want to say a couple of words for us, that's going to be lovely as well. Thank you. Dean Pastouridis.
Thank you. Take up too much of your precious time because obviously this has to be devoted to the conference speakers and fruitful discussions. Already asking me to speak about 10 minutes and I said, obviously I won't do that. Take something like 3-4 minutes. So I have a short note, so I'll go through that very quickly. Dear friends and colleagues, dear guests, it's an honor and a pleasure to welcome you all. Both those physically present in the room, those joining us remotely. We can see actually how many people are remotely.
I saw a roar for sure, but probably one by one, other people are going to join in.
This today event under the umbrella of the Cartography of the Political Novel in the New Horizon project. First of all, I would like to thank my colleagues from the School of Humanities and Social Sciences, the University of Nicosia, Dr. Nicosia, and Mrs. Melanie. She's not
Doctor, she's a doctor as well.
She's a doctor.
She's teaching. And when we do is teaching, she's going to bring students.
She's a doctor.
Yeah, she's teaching at the moment, and she's going to come after 10.
And especially Professor Nicosia Flames from the Department of Languages and Literature for organizing this workshop. To all speakers and participants, we're here in sunny Nicosia, or joining us virtually from a less sunny location. Heartfelt thank you. We are delighted to have you with us. Part of this today meeting is focusing on dystopian narratives and stories about illness. If ever there was a time when these things felt particularly relevant, it's certainly now. In many ways, we are living through events that seem to have come straight out of the pages of speculative fiction. Pandemics and political upheavals, contested realities and shifting power structures, our world continues to provide more than enough material for scholars, writers, and thinkers to dissect, analyze, and reimagine. Coming from a country with a long and complex history of political struggles, devastating wars, and the traumatic civil war immediately after the Second World War, I understand that literature cannot escape the political. Greece has experienced a dictatorship, a democracy that has been constantly challenged, economic hardship that has led to widespread impoverishment, and the migration of big citizens due to the financial crisis. At the same time, thousands of refugees have sought safety on the Greek islands. Similarly, here in Cyprus, a place that just 2 days ago, on Tuesday, actually celebrated the 70th anniversary of the start of its struggle for independence from British rule, where Nicosia is still the last divided capital in Europe. The political movement has long served as a cartography of societies and societies, mapping its histories and businesses, both literal and metaphorical. The themes we will explore over the 2 days resonate deeply in our contemporary world, where uncertainty often seems to be only certainty, and where narratives of crisis, illness, and resilience shape our understanding of history and politics. From the program and the abstracts, it's clear that two central themes tie this event together: illness and the political. These subjects have penetrated almost every aspect of our lives in recent years, and they continue to shape public discourse. I'm sure that over these 2 days, participants will engage in thought-provoking discussions that will further enrich our understanding of literature's power to reflect and challenge the world around us. It's also important to acknowledge the spirit of collaboration that has made this event possible. This project, and by extension this two-day workshop, is co-funded by the European Union and UK Research and Innovation, highlighting the vital role of cross-border collaboration in the humanities. Rosie, I said a few things about the humanities. I'm quite sure that you will know what's going on with the scope stuff and everything. It's the same situation here. Collaboration between scholars and universities is not just an administrative convenience, it's the very foundation of knowledge creation. At a time when both literal and metaphorical seem to be making an unfortunate comeback, events like this, where scholars from different institutions and countries come together to exchange ideas, challenge assumptions, and build knowledge collectively, remind us that intellectual builders are far more powerful and productive. Now, while I would like to stay and immerse myself in this discussion, it's my duties as Dean for me as well, as to see, fortunately, a 3-day Erasmus workshop that I have to be there. However, I leave you in the capable hands of our excellent organizers and our distinguished speakers, whose insights will no doubt make this day's intellectually stimulating. May your debates with I will go for the strong. Most of all, the Wi-Fi stable, but I try to get some of that for you. Thank you, and I wish you all a wonderful and inspiring 2 days.
Thank you so much. See, if I'm not pushing too much, right? No, I was saying the news. I'm wondering my names. Yes. Okay, because of the okay, a few words. People can work it out. Yes, okay. I didn't prepare anything and I don't want to repeat the same speech today. So I'm really happy to be here, especially with everything that we all know has happened here and with all the problems that Rossi faced unexpectedly. Yes, I'm really happy to be here and I hope that our discussions will result with great papers and with great articles and with great publication. And I'm really looking forward to hear about the novels that I haven't read yet. Exactly. Some are really interesting. Yes, and I don't know what to say. Let's start. Let's start. Thank you. To share the first one, so whatever you prefer. Okay. All right, so my colleague, Dr. Nicosia is going to introduce the speakers. We said we're going to be a long day here, so we're going to split the bios, the introductory words. And then we're going to have 30 minutes presentation, actually 20 minutes, plus at least 10 minutes for questions, if anyone wants to say something. So don't feel obliged. Just to say that coffee is going to be brought at some point. We have it according to the program, so we hope that it's going to stick to the program. Light refreshment, and then we're going to have lunch downstairs. So Charlie is going to get the elevator with me or with Nikki to go to the restaurant. The rest, it is the cafeteria, which is next to the place where we all met outside. And Marina is going to, no, sorry, not Magda, Marina is going to follow us because she came from another elevator, different class. But lunch is going to be set for us there as well, and then we're going to come back to this one for the afternoon sessions. Okay, so thank you, and then you can break the side.
Welcome. We're really happy to have you here. And I do have a practical question though. Does anyone has a presentation or yes, but from the text of the first section, Lena, Andrea,
No, yes.
okay, so we don't need the screen.
No.
And also, as a point of practicality, I think the camera is 360. No?
No.
Also, we have to have speakers. Yeah.
It's good to have the speakers for the people who
Yeah.
are on the line.
Can do that.
And okay, so the first session, the title of the first session is Literature and as Illness. And we do have two papers by three participants. Nenad Ivic. Nenad is Professor of French Literature in the Department of Romance Studies in the Faculty of Philosophy and Social Sciences of the University of Zagreb, as well as Honoris Professor of the University of Rijeka. I do apologize for the pronunciation. He has a PhD in Romance Philology from the University of Zagreb. Nenad's research interests and publications are in the fields of contemporary literary theory, modern French literature, medieval French and Latin literatures and historiography, as well as in Roman literature and historiography. He's the author of numerous articles and several books in these fields. And his most recent publication,
I want to hear
I'm sorry I cannot pronounce that.
that's still that created.
Yes.
Single war of words
Or
Museums.
or in Greek stuff.
And his presentation today is entitled Between Uncertainty and Metaphor, Illness, Novel, and Language. Shall I present the other two speakers?
No, I think before each paper, so that we will not take more. We're starting.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you for
20 minutes in advance, so about 20 minutes in advance, and then if there are questions or you would like to clarify something which is not part of the paper,
Yes. So thank you for having me here on this beautiful sun and sky. And without further ado, I'll start. Well, when I reflected on the topic at the beginning, everything seems straightforward. There is a plethora of literature grappling illness, collective or individual, in innumerable ways from realistic to fantastic. There is such a thing as nosology, illness, and pain styles. One picks a text and applies it to it whatever is known about the treatment of illness described in it and produces an explanation of the illness described and of the world it creates. Normal science, one would then say, normal science describing the pathological can this be achieved without normality perverting pathology, or vice versa, pathology endangering normality. Pathology has to do with suffering, pathos, normality with established norm, normalis in Latin, means made according to the square, or accepted rules, social or institutional. And they clash with each other, hence the appeal and the vicious spiral, generating more and more accurate explanations along with more rigid norms, as if literally two different languages, Greek with pathos and Latin with norm, clinch each other in a deadly embrace. So how do we square the parts? That's the question I would like to ask. The borderline between the normal and the pathological is imprecise for several individuals, remarked from Milan, considered simultaneously, but it is perfectly precise for one and same individual considered successively. To put it the other way around and paraphrase Tolstoy, all healthy persons resembles one another. Every ill person is ill in its own. In illness, however far you travel in your own mind, someone has been here before. It is an illusion, wrote Virginia Woolf. To speak about illness is to venture in uncharted territory. Illness generates infinite commentary or irreducible particularity of humans. It is used as a medium of commentary on the world. But what of the commentary as form, as argumentation, as genre of knowing? Commentary rests on the postulate that speech is an act of translation, that it has the dangerous privilege image has of showing while concealing, and that it can be substituted for itself indefinitely in the open series of discursive repetitions, in short, in rests, on a psychological interpretation of language that shows the stigmata of its historical origin. I'm sure you recognize the famous text of Michel Foucault in The Birth of the Clinic. This is an exegesis with elections through the prohibitions, the symbols, the concrete images, through the whole apparatus of revelation, through the world of God, ever secret, ever beyond itself. It is not possible to make a structural analysis of discourses. Is it not possible to make a structural analysis of discourses that would evade the fate of commentary by supposing no remainder, nothing in excess of what has been said, but only the fact of its historical appearance? The facts of discourse would then have to be treated not as autonomous nuclei of multiple significations, but as events and factual segments gradually coming together to form a system. So if you want to go to follow Foucault and go beyond commentary, and even so beyond his analysis, which undercuts the actual treatment of illness in many ways, we are invited to turn our attention to the discursive event of illness and its historical appearance. And if the event is a certain possibility of the impossible, as Jacques Derrida would say, doing of the impossible, how this possibility of the impossible takes place? What is this impossible in the event of the illness in language? Can the paradoxical nature of the event be linked to the paradoxical nature of metaphor, to that pleasurable moment of delight, self-recognition, making of a metaphorical language a common tool for representing the illness? Is the language of illness on a grand scale just an infinite series of blanket metaphors whose interest is, as Susan Blomberg pointed years ago, is precisely that it refers to a disease as so overlaid with mystification, so charged with the fantasy of inescapable fatality, that when fantasy and mystification are dispelled and fatality cancelled off, another metaphor relaying on other mystifications and fatalities takes its place, cancer replacing tuberculosis, AIDS replacing cancer, COVID replacing AIDS, etc., gradually coming together to form a system of covering laws, governing the misfortunes of humanity, and igniting its diagnostic or reparative fictions. And it is precisely this paradox of constant renovation and refreshment of language, embedded in the ambiguity of language, that constitutes its possibility to touch or embrace the real. As Jacques Lacan famously remarked, speaking about sexual acts, a language, among others, is nothing more than the integral of the equivoques that its history has let persist. This is the way by which the real has made a deposit there in the course of ages. But the real is, by definition, devoid of definition, or at least devoid of any other definition but the repetition of its own facts. To be defined, the real must be transformed into reality. Reality grasped by language is the figure of the real deposited in the equivoques of language. So how can this transposition in the discursive event of illness be rendered? Was it that real of self-recognition deposited in the reality of the subsisting equivoques of language? I also have now a bit lengthy citation of Pascal Quignard, one of his latest books, where he writes about his hospital experience. When animation, it's my translation from the French text published in 1924, when animation takes itself more absurd and the pulse becomes irregular. We are transported in hospital, denuded, our legs are put in strange, transparent nylon bags, so big, so fresh, and so dry, And we put on in 2 modes, blue pajamas that are not warm, not our reference to the phantom, to the ancestor, to the patron, is more or less nonsensical, and it is taped on the pale blue garment that is far too large, that floats. It is taped on the bar of the bed, on the medicines, and we don't know how to decipher this impossible code that sinuates through the corridors, through the boxes and floors everywhere. We fill bundles of papers and wander between small green lights, awakened in the night, little red bulb in case of unpredictable hemorrhage staying turned on above the bed like a nightlight from childhood because of inexplicable fears. The narrator so is rushed in the hospital on the other side of the world. The narrator, this time Anne Carson, is visiting a hospital, chief of her father ill with dementia, and she writes, as we pass across the country, it gives us a sudden sense of every object lifting its face on its own shadow. Wish I could carry this clarity with me in hospital where distinctions tend to flatten and bias. In these 2 altered states for illness, one thing is conspicuous, the sheer helplessness when confronted to words and the body. The flattening and coalescence of everything drenched in inexplicable fear. It points to the absolute particularity of the experience of illness, its irreducible character. The mention of the nightlight in Pina's description is not fortuitous. It links it to the literary tradition, to the beginning of Proust's research, when the narrator, a sleepless child, tries to vanquish his fears by imagining tales from the shadows of the night. Fear of illness is matched by the fear and helplessness of the contact with illness. When ill or confronted with illness, one seems to be reduced to the state of a child. He is unable to express his experience, and although in possession of language, he is dispossessed of it. One cannot speak, and he is yet to learn and master the language of his experience. A century ago, Virginia Woolf remarked, there is, let us confess, and illness is a great confession, childish outspokenness in illness, things are said, words blurted out. A recent commentator highlighted her suggestion that creating a new, primitive, sensual, and even obscene language is necessary to express the authentic experience of pain and illness. Woolf wrote, let a sufferer try to describe a pain in his head to a doctor and the language at once runs dry. There is nothing ready-made for him. He is forced to coin words himself and taking his pain in one hand and a lump of pure sound in the other, as perhaps the people of Babel did at the beginning, so to thrust them together that a brand new word in the end drops out. It is noteworthy that it is not Woolf's writing from century ago that appear out here, but rather the commentary or its interpretation from 2020. In a recent publication, you can read. What I would like to say here, what a question can be put, can primitivity, sensuality, and obscenity truly convey authenticity? Can authenticity be equated to the direct contact with literature, unadulterated by critical mediation, nothing but Shakespeare himself, as Woolf wrote? The trouble is in language. That Babel is all about languages, not the trouble of language or of possibility to name. A new language is a search and invention of adequate poetics. But if there is invention, and maybe there never is, remarked Derrida, it is possible only on the condition of being impossible. Carson puts it bluntly in her poem TV Man, Act 2. The drawback of being mad is that he could not both be so and say so. Or, Hervé Guibert, who wrote in the Protocol Compassionnel, I became incapable to tell my story while painstakingly telling the story of his victims. The sovereign is that, in fact, deprived of language, like an infant with his first breath, which by seeking, he is wounded by the real of the illness. As developed, a certain state of exhaustion prevented every notion of admiration, every reality, every reminiscence, every link between the events of life, and all that remained in the skeletal body, all that remained in the skeletal body was an uninterrupted scream. And the sufferer, as Rickles remarked, is in constant pursuit of lost clarity and light, of the words that possess a mythic quality. That he's in search of the moments when, in St. Paul's words, I know completely in the same way that I have been completely known. So the Corinthians. This particular celebration, the Greeks called applideia, the invention of language that fits snugly, like a cuirass to the body, protects. How does it become a representation to itself and the montage of functions? And where then to go that potency silent evidence that was holding things together? So even asked John C. confronted with his illness which necessitated transplant of hearts. The passage from uneventfulness of health to the event of evidence of illness is effectuated by language. Saying the event is in fact making the event, accomplishing the transformation from the real suffering to the reality of illness. But, and I always said to it again, every time that saying the event sees the dimension of information, knowledge, and cognition, it enters the night of not knowing something that's not merely ignorance, that no longer pertains to the realm of knowledge. So, in us, the one who doesn't speak, has yet to learn the language of his experience, is like a newborn child, solitary to try. He must first learn the established social language of illness before developing a new way to communicate. His effort is, as Piana points out, in a certain sense antisocial and social. It has everything to do with the reality of death. That seems to be a horizon of every illness. As developed a broken protocol, the sick navigates constantly between life and death. Making sense of it can be likened to a search of a sort of vanishing point, or a sort of concrete double negative, where the absence of life disappears into the presence of death and nullifies itself, as Anne Marshall. Life depends, tendency, describing this case, on the possibility of a network where life-death is shared by everyone, where life is connected with death, where the incommunicable is in communication. In a certain sense, the expression of experience of illness resembles the composition of an epitaph to one's own condition of humanity. That Marcus Aurelius reference to xeno epidemia, which can be translated both as a sojourn among strangers and also an epidemic, a propagation of deadly disease. This, by the stranger, is also oneself. Nancy wrote, you no longer recognize yourself, but recognize no longer means anything. Very soon, you are just a wavering, a stranger suspended between poorly identified states, between pains, between hypotheses, between failures. Relating to the self has become a problem, a difficulty, and or an opacity. It happens through evil of fear, no longer anything immediate, and the deviations are high. The history of medicine, then, as Foucault wrote, must place itself and remain once and for all at the level of fundamental specialization and normalization of the pathological, where the loquacious gaze with which the doctor observes the poisonous heart of things is born and communes with itself. Foucault wrote in Birth of a Claim. The father is, in a certain sense, his opposite mirror image. He has to deal with death under modern conditions of rational death, where death is given its own location, a social space, a segregated location. He has to put in custody. He has to be put in custody of selected specialists, boasting scientific credentials. It has been mapped onto a mental space activated with names and knowable objects and events. It has been linked to a network of techniques and practices of measurable efficiency and effectivity as it involved. Reality was not concept from somewhere else. It was already present in the equivalence of language, the way of the deposit of the real within the elements of speech in use. But the real deposited language, of illness does not reveal itself of its own accord as a direct automatic translation of pain and suffering into words. It is, so to speak, rested from behind the veil by an effort of language that indeed acquired very much like the body. A reaching through language from a place beyond verbalization is by the realization of the past. So, where the medical rates in the naming occurs, the width of language and developing suffering, pain, and fear, for the sufferer trying to grasp with words his own experience, becomes a poisonous heart of things. But what is this poisonous heart of things where the metaphor waits and is crouching? I have no other experience of life but this nightmare, wrote he back. Nightmare is a place of experience, a very elusive, impossible place because, as Kina points out, it is impossible to understand the experience of the experience. He now develops a philosophical argument, like the transparency of the images projected on the wall by the which is not in itself visible. The essential possibility of the experience of illness cannot be experienced. This highlights the challenge of naming of illness, the place where the metaphor of naming the experience crouches, ready to spring as an explanation or narrative of illness, is an impossible place where the impossible is the very experience of the possible. It is a place that, so to speak, concentrates our trouble with negativity, with death, with void, solitude, excess, and infinite, because of the impossibility to inscribe them in an economy, also in an ecology, and in general, in an oligos, in a predicate, in a photo, in a familiarity, a remark, nothing. It's true, it's real. It's not something that can be simply unveiled. It is something much more elusive, a place situated in the diaphanous veil itself, where, in the words of Francis and Aid, the rose repined as violated night, and thirst, the invading sun, is sitting in the sight. Beautiful translation of the Repeated Louis Salomon Marx. And Nancy, 20 centuries after, clearly became the form of index of an unverifiable and improbable change. The nightmare of the nightmare projected, so to speak, on the wall, flickering of the nightlight above the hospital bed. Change inadequately translates French enchaînement in the original, a word used by Nancy, which signifies the series of things in relation of dependence. Fatality is not an external attribute imposed on events by using illness as a metaphor. Instead, it is inherently shapes any possibility of identifying or naming beings. non-zero. Arthur always finds himself tightly squeezed in a web of technical possibility. As the day debates as they watch it unfold between those who wanted to consider it a metaphysical adventure and those who saw it as technical performance. Some would certainly stay at stake each inside the here. On the one hand, the technical performance. As a technical performance, the language seems to be unjust. Subjectifying the illness, diagnosis desubjectifies. Illness is hopefully treated, in a sense, fixed and dehumanized, and the sufferer's bliss becomes something similar to the self-eulogized line for modernity. On the other hand, as a metaphysical, existential adventure, the language is truly beyond justice for the justice, internalized, humanized, loss, because ultimately illness cannot be treated with lip, body, show, and poetry. As Bauman puts it, that is unreconstructed, as an epidemic plague for the death. The place is better than the spirit in the old place, where metaphor, a new word precisely naming the experience of illness practice, is then situated at the crossing of triumphant social language of technical performance and the important soothing language of metaphysical adventure. It is a place where usual naming has no power, where carefully separating the name to be granted and the experience lived. Something has no name, and that its name, the name exhibits what Gibbon calls the form of certainty so familiar to all sick people ever. If I'm writing about his own experience of AIDS, Gibbon creates a disease and infectious state force. This disease and infection, as Keller, one of his commentators, Keller points out, always already present in dwelling in language in every discourse. What is at stake here, beyond the commentary trying to capture by psychological move the ultimate right word of God, or literature, or medicine, is the functioning of language itself, the peculiar system forms and forming the events of illness spoken. This reunion of diverse parts of the same objects, forming the mass of totaling in the event of the name, can be likely and disordered breath, a bed of mutual elusive relations, made of unstable and inappropriate words, in constant semantic oscillation. It forms this perfect dispositive of apparatus, grounded on the apparatus of language, that is perhaps the most ancient of apparatuses, one in which thousands and thousands of years ago, inadvertently let himself be captured without realizing the consequences he was about to face. It is a point of confrontation between joy or truth of horrors, where suffering intersects with joy, meaning with nonsense, and purposes with empowerment. Again, wrote Iber, I see his friend passing, his eyes aloft and full of hatred that is indubitable suffering. The naming of the experience then results in the truth that humanization translates dehumanization. Here prevails hope, multiplies time, inequitability, circumstance attacks destiny, knowledge stands for ignorance, and even the frankness of financial confessions turns into tragedy. In this agonistic apparatus of squaring the facts, naming the right negotiates its way to subjectification that desubjectifies it in order to catch, in the words, not the historical years. I want to be better, wrote Ivan, not to use any definitive words. This topic brings to light the elusive element, the ungovernable, irreducible suffering and pain, which is, as I want to remark, the beginning of every politics. Politics of fiction instead, because desirable illness, wrote Iber, with its precise and detailed renderings of bodily operations, gives the impression of fiction. I would like to end something very different. The invention of the name is real. The most I couldn't capture in mind is literally a quest for thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The time is questions.
We have about 5 minutes now. We can extend time, 1 or 2, depending on. But it's rather morbid discussion early in the morning. So the topic of it's not appropriate for that winter day probably. But in any case, it's quite interesting to see what we're going to discuss in the next presentations as well. No questions? It's so clear. Well, you discussed it on the airplane, probably. I was just thinking where you quoted Nancy, something I have forgotten. When Nancy says we no longer recognize herself.
Yes.
It's funny because I was thinking as we grow older, granted that our mental capacity is still okay, we do not have dementia or Alzheimer's. As we grow older, we always say, it is me. I can see myself as 5, 10, 15, 25-year-old. However, whenever we're ill, the same way Nancy says, whenever we're ill, we say, I don't know what's going on with me. I cannot imagine what's wrong with me. And we try to embody some sort of the pain or the problem into some kind of language to correlate with somebody, to describe it to somebody. So that they can get the point of our not understanding it. So it is language, but it's also the comprehension as an idea. Because as we grow older, we can still recognize the younger me in the mirror, although people might not see that. I can recognize myself or I can imagine myself. Well, the illness is something which is rather problematic because it denies understanding, imagination at some point until further notice, until we start googling our symptoms and we try to figure out.
I'm going mad.
Probably reimagining imagining possible scenarios. So that's why it caught my eye that, well, really with age, we can still imagine ourselves as young, we can recognize ourselves. While with difference, we just do not understand what's going wrong. Which part of the system is broken?
Yeah.
It's just a comment.
Now, I think it's a great presentation. I mean, there are so many questions that popped up in my mind while you were presenting the paper. But it just occurred to me that you mentioned pathos as a state which was defined all the way to the Greece. So pathos is something which is felt as troublesome, as painful. Have you thought about the pain felt by others, not the patient himself? What I'm referring to basically, the trouble of the mind. For example, somebody is not feeling their own symptoms, he's not feeling anything painful himself or herself. Like dementia or people with cluster B personalities. So they are making, chaos to everybody around them, but they are not feeling pain themselves. So how do we treat language in terms of piercing through that membrane between they are not feeling any pain and the rest of us feeling rather painful?
I focus on those articulates and with persons who can, in general, are in possession of everything. I really don't know. It's the domain of medicine. How do you communicate with Alzheimer's disease or dementia? I don't know. Parsons' experience is very revealing there. And then, as we described this in the forum, was absolutely non-communicative. But it's see it that she fears this far essence of it. It's not him.
Yeah. It's a similar experience also if you think about it with the death of somebody,
Yeah.
right? It is the remnant, which is the remnants, which are for the others. Having any students now? Don't want to see me. So this is our colleague Florentia Antoniou, who is joining us after the rest. So I'm thinking that when we lose somebody, it's actually the burden on the ones who stay behind that have to formulate, to mourn, to live with it. And the person is gone, there is no consequence that between them. I thought so.
Yeah, it's probably. Do you have any other remark?
Well, maybe we can leave it for
That's one.
for the play.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Nana.
So, we're moving on to the second presentation by Andrea Milan and Anna Tomic-Genovic. How do you pronounce it?
She cannot, they cannot see our screen in one of the room. They can see
It is the bottom of the.
they can see what we see, but they don't see the big, the room of the big screen. They see ours.
One of our voices is even though she see out of the day, she cannot see the. Can you ask her if she's okay now? No, she's probably. Yeah, she's okay.
No, that's the best.
Shall we start? Yeah, good. So, Anna Tomjanovic is an assistant professor in the Department of Comparative Literature of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at the University of Zagreb. Her research interests include literary theory and history, intersections between literature and philosophy, psychoanalytic and feminist literary criticism. Anna is currently a team member in the Horizon Europe project, the Cartography of the political novel in Europe. She is the author of two books, Introduction to Feminist Literary Criticism with Lada Feldman and Ibsen's Other Scene, together with Andrea Milanko and Ivan Matvik. She edited the collection Ranges of Psychoanalysis, Literature, Performing Arts, Film and Culture, and Literature and Revolutions with Vrina Povic and Marina Stevens. On the other hand, Andrea Milanko is assistant professor in the Department of Creation of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at the University of Zagreb. She publishes in the fields of literary theory, particularly lyric studies and literary history. Andrea has co-edited Procedures of Resistance with Palgrave Macmillan, and as a member of the Academy Zagreb team, she has been investigating pedagogical transfer of novels from the school curricula in Croatia. Their collaborative paper is entitled Misplaced Individuals and Displaced Remnants, Modernity and the Novel. Thank you so much.
At the center of our interest is the figure of illness in modern literature, as a figure that renews the ambivalent status of writing that we have found since then. In the works we discuss, the main character undergoes transformation precisely through illness, in which he becomes aware of the inadequacies of his own ideological positions. In our comparative analysis, we will deal with the characters who come into contact with illness as a foreign element that radically destabilizes their identities. The disease thus becomes frightening and liberating, agonizing and creative at the same time. I will discuss Death in Venice, which was first published in the journal 1912, and which testifies to man's ongoing preoccupation with the phenomena of illness, which is reflected in his numerous works, from tuberculosis in the Magic Mountain, carcinoma in the Black Swan, or syphilis in Dr. Faustus, to name just. In Man's novella, Death in Venice, the action takes place at the place of contrast, a place of wondrous beauty, whose canals are flowing with poisonous water, and is thus reminiscent of the mythological space in Phaedrus, that Phaedrus and Socrates evoke in conversation in Plato's dialogue Phaedrus. At the beginning of Phaedrus, which alongside Symposium and Republic has been recognized by critics as the central intertext of Man's novella, Plato takes his heroes, Socrates and Phaedrus, outside the boundaries of the polis, where they are looking for a quiet spot by the river Iris to read his speech to the Cyprus. When they see the tallest plane tree, which provides pleasant shade, the companions take a break in a place where, in the sight, a beautiful spring of cold water flows. Since they are in a place of rare beauty, Phaedrus believes that they are at the scene of the mythological story, the location from which Boreas forcibly abducted Eurythia while she was playing with the nymph Hermas. We learn that the water, which resembles that of Pharmacia's spring, is directly reflected in Man's novella from the narrator's statement, in which he says that the northern shore of the Adriatic reminds Aschenbach of the beginning of Plato's dialogue. I quote from him. And from a surge of the sea and the glow of the sun, they emerged regaling tableau. It was of the old plane tree not far from the walls of Athens, that place of sacred shade, fragrant with chaste tree blossoms. A crystal clear brook flowing with the smooth pebbles scarlet fruit of the great spreading tree, past crickets beating. On the grass, with mild slope propping up their heads, two men lay shuffling from a lace-covered, one elderly, one young, one ugly, one beautiful, the wise beside the desire. And with compliments and wit, whittling pleasantry, Socrates instructed Phaedrus in the nature of longing and virtue. The place of wondrous beauty to which Socrates and Phaedrus, as well as Aschenbach and Tadja, arrive with its mythological reference to the Pharmacia spring, leads us to the other side of the beauty, to ugliness, decay, death, and disease. To the pestilent water that threatened public health and through which the cholera epidemic spreads. As the reader points out in his famous reading of Plato's Phaedrus, and I quote the reader, the total of the dialogue are never in the themes, the topics, the commonplaces in a rhetorical sense, are strictly inscribed, comprehended each time within a significant sight. They are dramatically staged, and in this theatrical geography, unity of place corresponds to an infallible calculation or necessity. In his commentary on this brief evocation of Pharmacia at the beginning of Phaedrus, the reader points to the connection between the beginning and the end of the dialogue, a connection that indicates the dual power of Pharmacia, curative and poisonous at the same time, and thus refers to the interdependency of the term pharmacon. And I quote, this pharmacon, this medicine, this filter, which acts both as a remedy and poison, already introduced itself into the body of the discourse with all its underlines. The term pharmacon is used once again at the end, in the most famous passage of the dialogue, in which it is associated with the indeterminacy of the written word. To the extent that opposites are more easily mixed in the liquid, the reader explicitly claims that, and I quote, the liquid is an element of the pharmacon. With regard to the role of the Cartography, who in Phaedrus is regarded as inventor of writing, The reader recalls that the Greek counterpart is Hermes, and I quote, he cannot be assigned a fixed spot in the play of differences. Suave, slippery, and masked, an intriguer and a card, like Hermes, he is neither king nor jack, but rather a sort of joker, a floating signifier, a wild card, one who puts play into play. Insofar as he represents without writing, is thus also without medicine. Of medicine, both a science and a occult art, of the remedy and the poison. Just as Socrates departed from his usual conversation practice in the Athenian agora and set off with the feathers for a walk in nature, so we meet the protagonist of Mann's novella, Gustav von Aschenbach, at the moment that he suddenly feels wanderlust. As the narrator describes his longing for travel, he turns into a vision of other places. And I quote, he saw as a sample of all those wonders and horrors of the diversity on earth, which his desire was suddenly able to imagine an enormous landscape, a tropical swamp under a moist and heavy sky, wet, lush, and unhealthy, the primordial wilderness of islands and mud-bearing backwaters that men abhor. End quote. Aschenbach leaves Munich, his permanent residence, and goes to an unnamed island in the Adriatic, only to return to Venice soon afterwards. As Venice is located at the cultural and historical interface between East and West, and its specific configuration destabilizes the opposition between land and the sea, Venice is described in critical literature as a liminal space, a space in which Thomas Mann decides to re-examine the question of the relationship with the other. Furthermore, Mann's narrator precisely defines cholera itself as a foreign disease originating elsewhere, as Asian cholera. In what follows, we will show that Mann's novella is an outstanding example of modernist irony that undercuts any simple moral resolution of Aschenbach's experience. In Mann's enigmatic claim from his non-fiction work, the reflection of non-political men, that, I quote, irony is Eros, we can understand the dual nature of Eros. In Plato's Symposium, Eros is represented as a middle ground between poverty and wealth, Benya and Porus, between mortal and immortal. Following the interpretation proposed by David Fong, Mann accomplished this by means of bifurcating narrative schema, through which the narrator, who is not Aschenbach, maintains his intimacy with Aschenbach's sensations, thoughts, and feelings, even as he distances from him more and more on the ideological level. Fong also points to the discrepancy between the meaning created by the text and that conveyed by the narrator. And I quote Fong, the author behind the work is communicating a message that escapes the narrator placed within it. So we want to show that this is precisely the direct intertextual connection with Plato's feathers that allows us to recognize the other face of Aschenbach. In this sense, cholera can be interpreted not as a poisonous illness, but rather as a cure. The text shows the difference in political views between the narrator and protagonist, whereby the latter is portrayed as a representative of anti-liberal ideas, from which the narrator tries to distance himself. The irony that runs through the entire structure of the text hints at the constant reversal of meaning, in which a fatal illness marks the moment of healing. Mann's work, however, not only transcends the division between the liberal views, which the narrator's narrative seemingly endorses, and the anti-liberal views, which Aschenbach incorporates, but shows how the text itself is constantly transformed into something else. In other words, the text itself stages undecidable nature of life.
So when we decided to speak together on the topic of illness and the political novel, we agreed that some common features that appear in all the novels are this distance between the what was termed in the theory implied author and the protagonist, and these differences are often very well. They are not that difficult to spot, but they are often conflated, and sometimes even conflated with the author himself. So this thing or this misfortune happened to Jan Polish Tamov's first and the only novel, Isušena Hajuga. This is a Croatian novel which can be translated as The Draining Swamp, and it was written in 1999, but it was published only 50 or more years later. Critics have almost universally agreed that this is an exceptional, that this novel has an exceptional place in Croatian literature, and it's truly one of a kind. Incidentally, these words apply very well to the political novel itself, which, according to Frederick Jameson, and I quote Jameson, ought a priori never to be possible, so that when it rarely and miraculously comes into being, it is its unexpected existence that needs to be explained, and not, as with other genres, its absence and its lack. End of quote. Depicting the hero Arsen Dokla, who is somewhat of a scribbler, who finds out at the beginning of the novel he has been affected by tuberculosis. The writer presents his protagonist's writing endeavors to be intrinsically linked with his contracting the illness. In the opening pages, before the enumerated chapters, the third-person narrator informs us, not deep but wide he was. Incidentally, the three parts of the novel are reversely presented. On the bottom, on the surface, into the air. Which is to say that the place of birth of the narrative is not at the beginning of the story, or histoire, with contracting the illness, but at the end of the discourse, or the receipt. So I would like to point out this mismatch between the protagonist's progressing in terms of his self-analysis and the narrator's discourse arrangement of this progress. As opposed to a false perception that illness makes a writer, which is implied in the number three chapter. This is a disease that makes a man feel alone, it extracts him from the society of people and makes him look inwards. It is in fact quite the contrary. Only when he came to terms with his illness did he manage to unite polar opposites, as Anna was telling us about, which can be traced back to Venice. So illness and health and his debate with brothels and his conservative views. So everything is basically in polar opposites with Arsen Dokla, but everything he's dissatisfied with and feels unfulfilled. Psychology starts where health ends. This is what he concludes. Health is indispensable for understanding. To live means to understand one's age, as Arsen Dokla informs us. Thus, paradoxically, the illness consolidates Arsen Dokla's identity so that he's able to live and earn his living. But what if this work is finally capable of doing, even though not exactly sustaining himself, and it is precisely writing? However, what is achieved on the level of the protagonist, confession-like revealing of one's innermost desires and denied wishes presented in a fragmentary and associative manner, it is countered or negated on the level of the implied author. So it is structured, logical, and clearly presented. Moreover, Arsen, as a patient, is deeply concerned with finding out the truth of his being. He addresses the doctor. Doctor, my dear gentleman, I wish you tell me the truth. If indeed it is tuberculosis. Be honest with me. I am a man of the sea, not melancholy. If the disease is confirmed, only then will I be strongly committed to treatment. What must be underscored is the fact that Arsen Dokla wants to think and understand himself. He wants to discover the truth of himself, which structurally puts him in the position of the doctor. Incidentally, the doctor in the 19th century French literature was a very common metaphor for a novelist, as Mary Donaldson Evans finds numerous examples in her book from the 2000s. This will be especially important for another doctor, Dr. Review from the play. The peculiar structure of Camus' novel, in which the first part is told by a third-person narrator, mostly from the point of view of Arsen Dokla, and the second and the third parts are written in the first person,
and at the end signed by Arsene Topla in capital letters, reflect this self-referential transition from the purported description of protagonist disintegration to a description of novel's integration. Namely, Isusha Parinja, or the plain form, is less a novel of analysis of the psyche, Parinja of Swan, as a metaphor for psyche, than a novel about writing a novel. So this is Isushivan or Drain, as some critics have already pointed out. Indeed, tuberculosis was just a trigger that had set writing in motion, and it introduced a split within the protagonist writer, whereby he can become asocial but not antisocial, included in the society by using its most common entity, that's language, through exclusion by willingly removing himself from any political position, opinion, or value. So the first and second part reflect the motives and sentences, and some were even verbatim. What the narrator signed as Arsene Topla is telling us in the third and final part. Paragraphs of the novel resemble the anthropologist's Camouflage. So this is the writer of the novel. So it is interesting that some paragraphs in the novel resemble the actual historical writing by Jan Popovic Kamal. So some experts from his narratives that he developed in his short stories and novellas, his poetry, early poetry, and some small chunks of the novel are stylized in the manner of a realist or naturalist writing, reminiscent of the most popular Croatian writer of the period, Alen Šenoa. Since Arsene Topla equates his literary achievement with his life experience, at some point they become interchangeable. His self-analysis turns into critical writing. Kaluža then is not the analysis of his psyche, but the analysis of his fictional and life experiences. In other words, the novel is a critical commentary on literary writing. One might object to this argument on the basis of difference between Arsene Topla, a fictional hero and narrator of the novel, and the novel's historical writer, Jan Popovic Kamal. However, as it has been incessantly pointed out, a number of episodes in the plot and characters match the writer's historical biography. What this means is that the novel is a pseudo-fiction commenting on Kamal's actual literary writing. This addressed both the generic and stylistic and thematic choices, as well as a change of political, philosophical, moral, and other opinions. What makes this novel unique in its avant-garde, its explicit negation of all institutions, anarchism, and embracing of sexual transgressions, but primarily this is a rebellion against any form of literature, including the novel itself. And any pre-existing notion of literature, not the least one signed by Jan Popovic Kamal. Now, one might wonder why Kamal did not use his own personal name instead of fictional Arsene Topla, which is only vaguely discussed as everyday correct name, but actually it is in translation arsenic light canon. And my response would be that only by becoming literature or fictional can the literature actually be criticized or negated. So the novel ends by sentence, "For I am not myself, and for I'm there where I'm missing," which again points to this negation of the one who is written about and the difference between what is written and what is written about. I will now turn to Novel the Plague. If I have maybe a few minutes more. I will do the time. Okay, so another perfect instance idea of political literature is what I would like to quote now before getting to the trial. He says generally militant literature, and he wrote this in 1972. Generally militant literature, writes Jameson, is one which did not scorn the task of education and propaganda in their most incandescent revolutionary sense, a kind of meta literature, one rejoining the separating realms of literature and criticism of private experience and public commitment, of the expression of ideology and the evaluation of the ideology thus expressed. Now, while Kamal's novel is conceived of as a pseudo-fictional testimony against pharmaceutical literary production in Croatia, including Kamal's own literary works, Camus' novel The Plague is a literary testimony, a narrative, and I will quote Shoshana Kalman, not merely to recreate but repeating, and in the act of its rethinking, the effects of the history. I think I messed something up with the quotes. But anyway, so she said that this novel is basically an allegory of the Second World War. She also reminded that this is the commonplace to read the novel as an allegory of the Second World War. And to this extent, so this is my, I guess, polemical stance towards current analysis. To the extent the novel historicizes through allegory disturbing past events, it is as much in the same degree, so there is a danger that the novel itself will be historicized itself, as it is evident in Thelman's reading. However, one should not so easily gloss over the fact that the narrator, having taken up a role of the historian, informs us of the birthplace of his narrative. It is in the moment of celebration at the end of the epidemic that Review resolved to compile this chronicle. Paradoxically, he situates his story to be told, both what we have, both what he has lived through and what we have read so far, outside of history. So rather than connecting these fictional epidemic events to the Second World War, as Shoshana Hellman claims Camille is basically doing, my claim is that this novel is put outside of the history because, and I quote Camille here, Dr. Ryu recollects the words of another character. He said, yes, the old fellow has been right. These people were just the same as ever. And such joy in during this celebration, such joy is always imperiled. The great Bacillus never dies or disappears, thus defying the very task that had been stated. And here is another point of similarity to Campbell. At the beginning of the novel, through the third-person narrator, it was his task, Dr. Ryu said, his business is only to say this is what happened. Another similarity with reference to literature. While Campbell stylized passages of the novel in order to resemble and thus associate with his own writing, Camille made references to Kafka's The Trial and his previously published work, The Stranger. Then made from the point of view, and I also think this is important, that these references to literature are made from the point of view of indifferent public, which means that they are highly biased, presented as beliefs rather than facts, just as the possibility of the play was initially received as impossible or in disbelief by Dr. Ryu's colleagues and fellow citizens. In other words, the questions that have been playing what do I want to do, what do I stand for, what are the facts and what is the truth of my honesty, if they always turn out to be already eternal, this is the very nature of the play. How to preserve the strength of faith in face of their ubiquitous fabrication. Rumors, wishful thinking, magical thinking, this all and negation. Self-analysis is quite opposite to that of citizens. A lesson to be learned is that a reminder that all man could win in the conflict between the train and life was knowledge and memory. So I been asked by characters and I think it's much more modest, and the question is why did play society and superior ethical appears? The answer is we have read so far, because of the endeavor they took to basically annihilate the play here in the city. So rather than the novel is to human resilience and community, but only if you recognize this basically
negdje u Vinogradskoj radio, ali on je psihijatar.
Questions for the speakers
statement.
Well, the one, about the relation between the right.
Yes, to be nice,
Go really far, because, well, there is one basic difference between the two. Socrates is communicating with and Aschenbach is not communicating with his Dacian.
Of course.
It's not that good, the drawing.
And I think that analogy goes in the other the direction of the figure of as ambivalence, not
Coffee together.
in the sense of investigating the nature of God or communication, but in the direction of Man's text is posing the question, which is also posed in the speech, first Lysias and then afterwards in Socrates. And the question is about the eros as something which combines this
If anyone needs
investigation and the voice of pure at the same time. So I think I
Eros is really ambivalent. Some define it as fever of fiction. So it is possible that this is the hypothesis is not a particular case between Cyprus and Socrates, but the general concept of idea, that of self-education or maturity, which Aschenbach affects in the novel. And the fiction, the role of the fiction in that.
Yes. And also this figure, I think, in this context, thank you. I think it's really important. I think we can emphasize the figure of mask and grotesque element in this novel, in this novella. And Eros is also at the end of Symposium defined as a combination of serious and comic. So this Aschenbach as a figure of right is also a figure of someone who always wears masks.
Yeah, and he surveys it at the end. This man, yeah, he puts a double mask on.
Double mask, yes, exactly. And Cholera is also a figure of blank face.
How do they produce?
Orange,
Orange.
Thank you.
Then I suspect that.
Anybody else?
And help, my helping of.
Thank you so much. Yes, online, we're going to have a short break and then the page continue at 11:30.
Well, now, just think about the, and I like my, spoon.
Yes, yes. Sugar?
Yeah, actually, I just need a teaspoon. Because, let me explain, yes, that's good. Because I carry my own sweets now.
Or,
Yeah?
hello, hi.
I'm not trying to stand, I'm staying in the same hotel as me.
Oh my God.
We're pretty funny staying.
No, I don't do that for that. I'm here in New York, it's very nice. Nearby, I can't like, I'm technology, but it's like, if you're about to be yeah, it's not super fun. For things, I think, yes, and I think very cheap. Wow,
And I'm not on a super here.
it's even good. So much. I play carpet, yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
So
This
that's why.
that's really good. So, yeah.
Ciao.
Chega dessa sua janela.
Mandei para mão.
Eu também. Fio da bastão.
Creo un po'. Mi tocco scambio.
You also want to they don't have it on the computer.
Here I don't need to be on next page. Also, come and have coffee, so I'm a bit disoriented. We have also milk or coffee. Ah, yeah. Yeah, the hot water, this is for the tea, so it's filter coffee.
Mas,
And then some more.
Bypass. But anyway, I made it.
See, I remember where I lost, where I forgot my bios. I was holding them in my hand and I went to, no, I left them, I went to this window to complain about the student. Yeah, I don't know. I'll go back to.
Good morning.
Good morning, Shane.
Yeah.
Nice reading.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dennis. So I get from cold.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
He was
Yeah.
nothing to do with education, but when everything has to speak, like traveling, yeah. I don't have time to think what I'm going to say. Welcome, I guess. Yes.
Not sure.
No, well,
That's what we provide for all the conferences and all the things. We cannot order expressions.
Yeah.
Like there's one.
Not yet, and we
Thank you. Mark.
we do have students for zero weekly.
That's the best circle.
So next session.
Really family.
We were in London, waiting for the bus. Nicosia.
They would love to
The
come.
way the driver, he just stopped so in front of us. Yeah, I think she was something like gesticulating, you know, it's like, I was even before we were something, she was pointing with the traffic lights. And then she just ate her whatever snack she had.
How does it come up with something? Yeah, you need to.
Public transport sometimes, it's just like something about, but very often, in the first 2001, they didn't talk about the
Yes.
I haven't been on a bus that is affected as well. They don't, when you name it, it's Cars, it was horrible. There was no sidewalk. And the cars I came with driving license, I was not very much. It was very dedicated to those teaching from the school. Children, or it was very safe for the wall. There is no silence. This is one somewhere I call nightmare. Once I get my driving license. Bus lines and normals. Now the young ones who do not have driving license go to the street by getting buses.
There are some very
And also teachers go just special education.
is about as part of the novels.
I think it's a
We
regulation.
read novels.
You
You
build
don't have to
something,
read
you have
novels.
definitely take care of the science, like working book because otherwise we should everything becomes speed.
Is it that they
Very
have
well read their mouths and yes, more everybody is a graphic novel.
I think it's
Horrible.
moment the 80s.
Organized.
It's
Not really caring about color,
serious.
and also for my kid. When they create things, I'm like, goes around, maybe that's fun. I've never seen such leaders. Now, once they leave handy, not the balance. But especially in Cyprus too, very fast, so very direction. And I'll say, if you're in Germany, you never have something. But here is a matter of I don't know, make that decision. You can tell me very well, like this, because nobody can it's not to volunteer as a, I don't know, I how many times my car was
We don't have that.
because they park so close, because they insist on parking, and
I think it's about the segregation of
so it's not when now to the reception, I thought there is one assistant with very something very important. What is it? My car and then we back again. So otherwise, quite close. The student. And also in the mines, when I came here, it was a small cottage, it was on the central part. And they built this part, they built the other part, and they were farming, so they want to park well.
People from the different services are doing this kind of analysis.
They just
Because in fascism, one of the people
one-way street,
refuse.
it's like it,
I don't have to
one-way street, okay.
Or
I get
how
how I have to be super careful, but
designers.
there is no traffic exactly.
Now, they do sort of. Trees.
Yeah.
The buildings are perfectly solid. Many people are, they just need a car, use that phone number to call them. If you close my car, please move it. We have a meeting.
Sorry, and maybe parking, this is the main thing, where they will pass.
They are visual fingers.
Like handicap
It's really beautiful.
It's a miracle.
Yeah.
Maybe. Please, the
These are called, these are now the fasting periods. So, olive oil, yeah, this is, yeah, sesame paste, prepare the for me, it's super sweet. although it is going to be. This might be a great focus part because the city of London is a different kind of dog. So we don't know. It's more like bread. Yeah, loads of egg and this is a house you go to Oxford. Are you saying also in together with the rest?
Yes, it's the same hotel, something 2%.
I've never been to it, I don't know. I can calculate sometimes.
I think just the survey, I think yes, presentation, so I didn't consider that for this week. And there was very because I do have a paper.
2 weeks ago, I was sending pictures, the perfect car.
It's
melting up.
Okay,
All of a sudden.
and then.
But it was going, and then, yes, I remember and looked at it, they go like 19 minutes. And especially the problem is, yesterday, the impossible to see the mountains, it's like a very cloud over the phone. We have a lot of nothing from seconds, because most people are important.
It's a good team.
Yesterday, it's in the summer. Yes. The summer and
In Greek history, we had 7 years. There were there was censorship. There are moments. And there are yes,
but what we are first, that people is our literature, our novels, because no longer allowed to
I don't think
I did my certification in Cyprus, but we can do it.
yes.
I would find my member.
Yes.
You have to studio.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes,
How did you end up in Zagreb? Good question.
That's the typical answer. You can probably guess. My wife.
That's how I ended up. I was, well, I think it was a good thing, probably destiny, like 30 years ago. Otherwise, I was going to be sitting in Washington DC, wondering what to do with myself, and what kind of situation.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I want to read that.
Exactly at this moment, I'm not going to share. No.
That's the line.
yes, the winners. It's free.
Oh, but we can have it now.
I definitely that. Yeah.
It's called Cyprus. It's a PowerPoint presentation. Go down. It's a Cyprus.
Can you see it opens?
No, it's open like that.
I have to go like a super video.
And we can make presentation points to put together. Okay, and if
You need to.
You see, so you will see all here.
And there are close to.
okay.
I mean,
I will ask my colleague if he wants to.
Yes.
Nad prezentantem to średnio, szczerze mówiąc, ale tutaj ja myślałem, że 6 lat.
Ale możesz teraz po prostu od razu przenieść kogoś masz.
Masz na pendrive? To zapytaj, czy mogę.
Tomorrow, so it's not tomorrow. That's stuff.
Send it to the session.
Yeah. Because it was the easiest.
You don't have it.
It's starting to be going out, but it's the artists.
No, there's no need.
No.
I have yet something would you like? It's if you want, yeah.
From international marketing perspectives, it's actually why the project is like.
So, we planned it like, somebody wants to chat a little bit about community, and it's down the street, really, I would say, no more than 5 minutes by car. No? No food for you. Just kind of lie down. About
Well, so touching. Yes,
this is also.
I know it.
So, shall we? Minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, see, no.
But really. Okay. Yeah,
I know that the best part of all conferences and workshops are the breaks and the lunches and the dinners, but we have to do some work in order to do our lunch. So we're going to continue. I hope my colleagues in the distance learning office can hear us. The recording is on.
Yes, it doesn't stop.
It doesn't stop. Okay, perfect. So we're going to continue, and my colleague Nikki is going to introduce the next speaker. Please, the people who are here, if you feel like having extra coffee or juice or water, please save yourselves. Don't worry about the discussion.
Okay, Shall we start? All right. The section number 2, it's about something we all experienced, COVID-19, reminders, remainders. And our colleagues are online. We will start with Alvin Merv. Merv holds a PhD, MA and BA in English literature and serves as an assistant professor in the Department of English Language and Literature at Çanakkale. It's Çanakkale Oseki Smart University, Turkey. She earned her MA from the Department of English Language and Literature at Çanakkale Oseki Smart University in 2012 and her PhD from the Department of English Language and Literature at Ankara University in May 2019. Her primary research interests include 19th century poetry, 20th century poetry, feminist studies, contemporary women's rewriting, and eco-criticism. Merv's presentation is entitled Biopolitics and the Value of Life, Analyzing PDJs, the Children of Men, in the context of COVID-19 pandemic. Merv, the stage is yours. Let's see whether we...
Well, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay. Well, greetings from Çanakkale, Turkey, the home of the ancient city of Troy. And first of all, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing committee for allowing me to be part of this organization. And the title of my presentation is Biopolitics and the Value of Life, Analyzing P.D. James's novel The Children of Man in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. So I believe you see the slide.
We can see your first slide, yes.
So it's okay that when I, change the pages, you can see the changes as well.
No, not yet.
Now,
Yes,
can you see?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we all experienced a great pandemic, and the emergence of a new strain of coronavirus in Wuhan, China in the late 2019 rapidly expanded into a global crisis. And this development presented an unprecedented social, political, economic, and also cultural threat to the deeply embedded survival instinct of humanity. And what rendered this threat particularly complex and more unsettling than previous crises was not only the virus's rapid transmission, but also its unprecedented nature, which distinguished it from all previously identified strains of coronavirus. Governments initially underestimated the severity of the outbreak. However, it soon escalated into a full-scale pandemic, which compelled nearly all governments across the world to implement a series of interventionist policies. Although these measures were primarily designed to protect certain segments of the population, they simultaneously produced conditions of vulnerability for others, and in some societies, fundamentally transformed established social practices. In other words, biopolitical interventions were initiated, with each reflecting the rationality of the state and its strategic approach to governing during the period of crisis. And crises fundamentally reshape how societies conceptualize life, governance, and more importantly, the body. So in moments of profound uncertainty, the state's intervene to regulate biological existence, enforcing policies that dictate survival, reproduction, and public health. And this intersection of politics and the body, what Michel Foucault theorizes as biopolitics, manifests in both fictional and real-world contexts, revealing the tensions between state power, individual autonomy, and the management of life itself. So this paper examines the biopolitical dynamics in P.D. James's novel, The Children of Man, which was first published in 1992. It's a novel that envisions a kind of dystopian future in which global infertility threatens human survival, and this prompts extreme state control over reproductive rights and bodily autonomy. So by analyzing this fictional representation alongside real-world state responses to COVID-19 pandemic, I aim to explore how crises legitimize biopolitical interventions that shape the meaning and the value of life. So both The Children of Man and the COVID-19 pandemic expose the moral and political dilemmas that arise when governments assert authority over the body in terms of crisis. And this raises critical questions about autonomy, governance, and the ethics of interventions. So first, let's begin with Foucault's ideas of biopower and biopolitics. So Foucault's conceptualization of biopolitics stands in contrast to traditional understandings of power, which emphasize oppression and authoritarian control. But rather than perceiving power solely as a mechanism of constraint or repression, Foucault contends that power operates through active participation in systems of knowledge and regulation. And this process extends beyond the governance of individual bodies to encompass the management of entire populations. And in opposition to conventional view that equates power with the imposition of restrictions, such as those observed in dictatorial regimes or legal prohibitions, Foucault underscores its productive dimensions. That is to say, power doesn't merely inhibit or suppress, rather it plays a fundamental role in the creation, regulation, and reproduction and social norms within societies. In this sense, Foucault conceptualizes biopolitics as a framework in which power doesn't simply impose limitations upon individuals, but actively secures their modes of existence, influencing how they live, how they think, and how they behave. So, for Foucault, the concept of power cannot be confined to a singular monolithic definition. Rather, it operates across multiple domains and permeates into various institutions as a means of governing and regulating populations. As he states, power operates through entities such as the family, the parents, doctors, the lowest levels of police, and power is entangled with disciplinary normalizations manifested in institutions like prisons, hospitals, schools, asylums, and military grounds. So according to Foucault, these institutions function as sites where the body is conceptualized and treated as machine, an entity to be regulated, optimized, and managed in accordance with broader societal imperatives. So this gives rise to the concept of biopower. And Foucault, in that sense, introduces a kind of refined concept of power that no longer operates through deduction and negation, but instead it functions as a power that exerts a positive influence on life, that endeavors to administrate, optimize and multiply it, subjecting it to precise controls and comprehensive regulations. So in this framework, the authority of the sovereign undergoes a fundamental transformation, shifting from the traditional right of death to a more direct and discursive form of power, one that is oriented towards the protection, improvement, and prolongation of a life. So biopolitics in that sense extends far beyond mere policies concerning healthcare, reproduction, or population control. Rather, it reveals the intricate entanglement of political power and biological life, interrogating the very notions of what is natural and what falls under the purview of moral and legal regulation. So this theoretical framework is particularly pertinent to an analysis of P.D. James's The Children of Man, as it is a dystopian narrative depicting a world afflicted by mass infertility, and within the novel, the state exercises an extraordinary degree of control over reproductive rights and bodily autonomy, and we see governance as a means of responding to a profound biological crisis. So by interpreting The Children of Man through a Foucauldian lens, we can critically examine the ways in which moments of crisis serve to legitimize the expansion of biopolitical power, which ultimately shapes the very meaning and the value attributed to human life. So the novel, The Children of Man, the novel portrays a fragmented society in the year 2021, a world in a state of entropy where every man and woman has become mysteriously and inexplicably sterile. And the year 1995 is referred to as Omega, marking the birth of the final generation of humanity, the Omegas. And in P.D. James's depiction of this dying society, this state faces an ideological and political deadlock as a result of reproductive crisis. Additionally, the novel vividly illustrates the various mechanisms through which the state exerts control over bodies. For instance, in the novel, England is depicted as a disordered remnant of a once civilized nation. It is now ruled by the protagonist, Theodore Ferron's cousin, Zan Lippiat, who serves as the dictator and the warden of England. And the title warden itself suggests absolute authority, transforming the nation into a surveillance state where the population is treated like prisoners. Zan, along with his advisory council, maintains complete control over Great Britain, and his extensive security systems include a private army known as Grenadiers and the State Security Police, the SSP, who monitor and eliminate those who fail to meet the social or biological expectations of Zan's rule. So within this system, all healthy men must undergo regular semen testing, while young women are required to submit to invasive fertility examinations conducted by state health officials every 6 months. The elderly, naturally excluded from the state's fertility stimulation program, are systematically eliminated through a governmental process known as the quietus. In fact, quietus is a mass execution, but this mass execution is deceptively presented as a voluntary act of collective suicide. Bodies that fail to conform to prescribed behaviors or resist subjugation are either repressed or exterminated in various ways in the novel. So the physical and political intrusion upon individual bodies as a means of controlling the wider population extends beyond biopolitical regulation, and this embodies what Foucault defines as biopower. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, several instances reflected similar biopolitical mechanisms of exclusion, surveillance, marginalization, and the prioritization of certain lives over the others, much like in the Children of Man. And here are a few key parallels. First, surveillance and biopolitical control. So the novel's essential metaphor, infertility, symbolizes England's inability to secure its own future. And this metaphor illustrates the state's role in regulating, organizing, maintaining, and controlling its population. So the human body is transformed into a mechanized entity treated as a commodity by the state. And as you see on the screen, the individuals are subjected to time-consuming, humiliating re-examinations, sperm testing, and invasive gynecological examinations, etc. And these examinations in the novel exemplify how individuals, particularly women, become the subjects of state-controlled medical scrutiny, and these practices can be interpreted as acts of biopolitical control because they involve the regulation of reproduction and the surveillance of bodies deemed significant for the state's interests. So these passages on the screen suggest a system in which individuals' bodies are controlled and examined on a regular basis with little regard for personal autonomy or dignity. So the compulsory examinations and testing serve as examples of biopolitical surveillance. Individuals are subjected to continuous monitoring to ensure compliance with the state's regulations regarding health and reproduction. This surveillance is not only about the direct control of bodies, but also about the creation of a social order in which people internalize the surveillance and regulate their own behaviors accordingly. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, the world saw widespread and often mandatory health measures that mirrored the biopolitical control described in the novel. Government-mandated testing, contact tracing, quarantine measures, the requirement for proof of vaccination, such as vaccine passports or certificates, can be seen as form of medical surveillance that operates in a similar way to the reproductive surveillance described in the Children of Man. In both cases, individuals are subjected to medical scrutiny, not necessarily because they are symptomatic or ill, but because they are part of a population that needs to be monitored for the greater good of public health. So as you see on the screen, the United Nations Secretary General in 2020 said the virus is also infecting political and civil rights under further shrinking civic space. Using the pandemic as a pretext, authorities in some countries have deployed heavy-handed security responses and emergency measures to crush dissent, criminalize basic freedoms, silence independent reporting, and curtail the activities of non-governmental organizations. And in the same speech, Guterres also highlighted how during the COVID-19 pandemic, human rights defenders, journalists, lawyers, political activists, and even medical professionals face arrest, investigations, intimidation, and surveillance for criticizing their government's handling of the crisis. And now on the screen, you can see different surveillance programs employed by different countries. For instance, Malaysia uses thermal scanning and facial recognition for infection detection. Mexico uses drones to enforce lockdown rules. Russia uses facial recognition to enforce quarantine. South Korea apps trace contacts and enforce a quarantine. And what else? In Hong Kong, electronic monitoring bracelets were used to enforce quarantine, but also pose risks to protesters. It was highly problematic, use of such electronic monitoring. And Albania deployed army to enforce a curfew. And Serbian emergency measures included military guards and police monitors. And in Montenegro, public identification of patients led to an online abuse. In Turkey also, we use an app, tracking system as a quarantine tracking system. And in South Korea, it is reported that government advice system exposed citizens' private lives. So as you see, each country, each nation, enforced different surveillance systems, and these systems caused, some social and personal problems. So as you see, biopolitics functions through the state of exception, serving both a positive and a negative role. On the one hand, it seeks to keep its citizens alive, while on the other hand, it has the power to strip them of their freedoms, prioritizing its own economic and political future over human life. And another issue, the discovery and distribution of the cure. On the screen, you see a quotation from the novel, quotation about the discovery and the distribution of the cure. So as you see, this excerpt touches on the expectation that once a cure is found, it must be shared universally, as no nation or race could monopolize such a critical discovery for long. And this sentiment was starkly echoed during the COVID-19 pandemic, where the rapid development of vaccines by pharmaceutical companies such as Pfizer, BioNTech, Moderna, AstraZeneca represented a critical moment in global healthcare. And the collective hope was that once a vaccine was found, it would be distributed equitably, ensuring global access to combat the pandemic. However, in reality, vaccine distribution was marred by significant issues of inequality. As you see on the screen, high-income countries secured the majority of vaccine supplies, while many low-income nations struggled to access sufficient doses. And this discrepancy in access led to tensions and suspicions as countries hoarded vaccines, and speculation and rumors about the fairness of distribution circulated widely. And In the context of the pandemic, biopower became manifest in the ways governments sought the control to spread the virus and manage populations through public health measures, including the rollout of vaccines. So the state became deeply involved in determining who received the vaccine, when, and under what conditions. This oversight was not just about protecting individual health, but about managing the collective well-being of the population. So it was an exercise of power that is central to Foucault's theory of biopower as well. So another issue, marginalization of life. In the novel, the Omegas, the last generation born before human fertility ceased, embody the stagnation and despair brought about by the reproductive crisis. As the sole remaining hope for humanity, those omegas are more studied, more examined, more agonized over, and more valued, more indulged. So they're objectified. These seemingly superior beings remain socially engaged only within own exclusive circles, exhibiting a complete disconnection from the broader society in the novel. And also in the novel, there is another marginalized group, which is the elderly. Although Zen and his council in the novel implement a mass execution program known as quietus as a swift means of disposing of those deemed burdensome, while quietus officially presented as a voluntary and lawful form of euthanasia, it is in reality a sanctioned mass drowning carried out under the supervision of SSP. And within this political system, Zen imposes limits on state support and offers the elderly choice to become so-called sacred man. So the elderly and the quietus embody what Agamben calls a bare life and homo sacer. As you see, the life of a person that is reduced to biological existence, devoid of political or social rights. And Agamben uses homo sacer to explore how modern states, through mechanisms of exclusion, marginalization, and biopolitics, can reduce the individuals to mere bare life, where they are excluded from the full benefits of citizenship and the protections of the law. Well, although in the later stages of the pandemic, it became evident that the impact of outbreak was not limited to the elderly population, during the initial months of the virus's spread, elderly individuals were perceived as a threat. So the dissemination of uncertain information regarding the pandemic, COVID-19, specifically the widespread assumption that elderly individuals were primary carriers of the virus, contributed to the reinforcement of body politics targeting the elderly. This in turn created contemporary framework in which such body politics could be discussed alongside instances of age discrimination observed during the pandemic. And here is an example from Turkey. One of the most impactful measures implemented to protect public health during the pandemic was a curfew. And the primary targets of this restriction were individuals over the age of 65, at least during the initial phases of the pandemic. And as you see on the screen, the curfew directive for individuals aged 65 and over and those with chronic illnesses in Turkey, and the language used in this curfew is quite, threatening and discriminating. In a way, the elderly were marginalized. They were viewed as threats for the public health and for the public order. And here, as you see, another example from Turkey. So during the coronavirus pandemic, in order to ensure that individuals aged 65 and over complied with the curfew, for instance, Nevşehir municipality launched the 153 elderly report line. In an announcement made on municipality's official Twitter account, social media account, people were asked to call 153 hotline if they saw individuals over the age of 65 on the streets. And from this perspective, the discourse and actions of othering and enemy making directed, for instance, Chinese people, refugees, the elderly, those who refused to wear masks, and those who did not comply with precautions during the COVID-19 period in various parts of the world exhibit a biopolitical character. So in conclusion, both P.D. James's The Children of Man on COVID-19 pandemic illustrate the profound influence of biopolitics on human life, governance, and the regulation of bodies during times of crisis. Through a Foucauldian lens, we have seen how both the fictional dystopia of infertility and the real-world pandemic give rise to state-sanctioned biopolitical interventions that not only regulate public health, but also reshape the very meaning of life and survival. And this manipulation of biological existence by states, as seen in the novel and during the pandemic, exposes the delicate balance between protection and oppression, autonomy and control. As crises intensify, the state's authority over life becomes increasingly apparent, raising critical and ethical and also moral questions about the limits of intervention, the value of individual rights, and the broader implications for social well-being. The COVID-19 pandemic, like the fictional world of the Children of Man, serves as a stark reminder of the extent to which governance can shape our bodies, our behaviors, and our very existence in the name of public health and national security. Well, the examples can be multiplied, but since there is a time limit now, thank you for your kind attendance and patience. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your presentation online. We would love to see you at some point.
Thank you.
We have to move the next speech probably by 2 minutes. We can do that. If there are any questions from people online or from the president, I think we can start the next speech at 12:05. Anybody?
Hello. I don't know if I may. I don't know if anyone has raised their hand there on the conference room.
Yes.
Look. Nice to meet you all, even though it's in these circumstances. Well, Merv, I have to say I really like your paper. I hope you can listen, that you can hear me well.
Yes,
and I was saying that I really like your paper because I think we can have like lots of connections between what you were presenting and what I will present tomorrow. And it's just to say a couple of concepts that might be, I don't know if you were knowledgeable of them, but I think that it could be interesting to take them into account. You were talking about surveillance, and I don't know if you are familiar with the terms surveillance, like written like S-O, I don't know if I can write here, yes, on the chat. They are surveillance, and also another term that contrasts with the panopticon that you can find with surveillance is catopticon. When I was doing, because my line of research is similar to the one that you've presented here, I'm into feminist studies, and catopticon, here we are. And I was finding this concept like really interesting, because normally when we think of surveillance, it goes from above the control, and now with our neoliberal society and how the hegemonic powers control us in more subtle ways, it's like you control yourself or we control others, like, but not from above, but from below, like among us. It's like it's an equal, that's why it's called surveillance and not surveillance, because it does not come from above, it comes from among us, right? So I thought that this phenomenon of the catopticon and the phenomenon of surveillance could be interesting to be implemented in your research as well, because I thought like there were many similitudes here. Yes.
Well, thank you very much for this fruitful insight. I will definitely consider this concept, and thank you very much for this contribution. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you very much again. As I was saying, I really like it. Yes.
Anybody else? I think we're continuing with the very spooky topics, reminders. That's why I baptized the section reminders and remainders, just because it's on anybody's mind. When I look at campus today, I'm reminded about how we used to be and then what happened to us. So the fact that we have this gigantic screens and systems, audiovisual systems, is exactly because our university had to respond very fast to the COVID. We closed, I remember, school on the 9th of March, and on the 11th, we had to start teaching. So basically, a good reminder to think that this can happen again in some different shape. But the remainders on our mind constantly, because we have the leftovers that stayed after the COVID pandemic. So thank you very much for joining us, and this is also one of the benefits of spreading the news, not just in the consortium that is under this project, but also sharing it online and having the call for papers, because this is how you found us with this presentation, and you are ready to participate also last October, and then even now, a few months later. Thank you very much, Mary.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. There is one more question.
Yes, next question is thank you very much for the paper. We really enjoyed that. As a reader, I would like to ask you, do you think that based on your research around the book by P.D. James, do you think that COVID-19 offered a new opportunity for a new reading of the novel, or the novel is a very interesting and lively representation of what we've experienced, and so the novel helps us to critically understand and better understand our recent experience? Is it clear what I'm asking?
Well, the sound is not clear, but as far as I understand, well, I thought this a novel before the pandemic in my science fiction class, but of course after the pandemic, rereading of this novel, created so eerie sense, because the novel is set in 2020, and it's about a pandemic and illness, etc. So my perspective and my insights about the novel changed dramatically after my own experiences of the pandemic.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have to move on. Yeah.
So, the next speaker, Aurora Peirones, if I pronounce that correctly. Aurora has a PhD in general and comparative literature, and she has published several articles on the relationship between literature and politics, including Roman and Engagement de laboratoire des années 1930. Aurora has just completed her habilitation with the title Voyage au bout de la banlieue, représentation romanesque de la banlieue parisienne 1950. This is a forthcoming publication in French. This research has led to several publications. For many years, she was a research assistant at the Institute of Romance Studies at the University of Frankfurt am Main, and then at the University of Regensburg. Since March 2024, she's working at the Leibniz Center for Literary and Cultural Research as a member of the Berlin team for the EU-funded research project Cartography of the Political Moment in Europe. The first paper today is entitled The Plug in the Time of COVID, or the depoliticization of the political problem. And there is a question mark at the end of the time. The stage is yours, Aurora.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm trying to share my my screen to have the PowerPoint presentation. I don't think it looks very good, but is it okay?
It's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for having me. I would have loved to be with you in presence, but well, it's still better than nothing, I would say.
Just a second, Aurora.
Yeah.
So that maybe you have to stop sharing your screen, because I think we see your screen now. No? We see yours. Now is it possible to have only Aurora's? So Aurora, you start sharing yours. I think they were on theirs. You can start again. I think it's going to be better.
Yeah, switch off the chat.
Yeah, switch the chat as well.
Yes.
Okay? And now you can start probably better.
And when's our presentation? We need that.
Did you start sharing? Okay, yes, much better. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. So yeah, from the onset of the coronavirus and the lockdowns of March 2020, you've probably noticed that newspapers compiled lists of epidemic stories and called on literature to help make sense of what was happening. At a time when actually reality seemed to be catching up with fiction and sometimes even with science fiction. And Camus' The Plague was proclaimed the model of the genre. Just one example in France, one press title. I quote, "The novel by France's most famous writer is circulating around the world almost as fast as COVID-19. So it was one claim of a French newspaper. And an academic, Jean-Yves Guérin, wrote a book called Camus, La Peste et le Coronavirus in 2022, and he lists articles published throughout Europe, but also in Japan, China, Brazil, India, South Africa, and elsewhere. So already considered a classic of French literature. I learned by preparing this presentation that it was the third best-selling novel published by Gallimard, just after The Little Prince and The Stranger by the same Camus. But The Plague then became once again an international bestseller thanks to the epidemic. And just to make a very brief summary, in this novel, Camus uses very simple, even monotonous language to tell the story of the spread of an initially mysterious epidemic that turns out to be the plague in the rapidly isolated and confined Algerian city of Oran. And the absurdity of the official decisions, the courage of the medical staff, the confusion of the population. It is true that many of experiences we lived and suffered from March 2020 onwards found a desiring echo in the story, which quickly led to the conclusion that Camus had anticipated everything. Like you can see on this screenshot, Albert Camus avait vraiment tout prédit étape par étape. So I admit I have not carried out a systematic analysis of all the press articles recommending the rereading of the novel, because that was also a funny remark. It's always about rereading the plague. Of course, it is well known that everybody already had read it. So rereading the novel, but it seems to me kind of undeniable that the accent was put on interpreting the plague as, first of all, a story belonging to the field of contagious studies, deploying an ancestral imaginary of contagion, while at the same time being based on very detailed socio-medical research. So much that the reader's situation in 2020 was interpreted in this news article as a confirmation of Camus' narrative. Everything that the rebel describes in it is happening before our eyes, wrote an editor, for example. And several articles insist on this formula: everything is in the plague, the details of the spread, as well as the range of human responses to it. So the novel was really taken at face value as an acute description of a closed society struggling with an epidemic, and commentators were very enthusiastic about the similarities between the novel and the situation they were experiencing. So the articles highlighted the phenomenon of recognition. In the plague, we recognize what we are experiencing right now, without necessarily identifying the issues at stake in that experience. So the case of the plague, I think, illustrates the ambiguities of the updated reception of a classic. Of course, without being illegitimate, readings of the novel as a guide for COVID-19, that's another example right here. So it's in French, but you see, the Camus est le livre idéal à relire pendant le confinement, because it could help us to make sense of what is happening. So this kind of readings are, of course, inevitably reductive, because the suddenly dominant epidemiological reading broke with the allegorical reading of the novel, in which the plague stood above all for insidious fascism, revealing its deadly nature only when it's too late to resist it. It was, and it still is, I guess, through this prism that the novel has been taught to generations of French school children. And this interpretation is confirmed by the novel's genesis, which dates back to 1938. And Camus was actively working on it during the years of Nazi Germany's occupation of France. And the only given date in the novel, which you see here are the first lines of the novel. So it states 194 point. No, so it's of course an allusion to the decade of the occupation. The date is incomplete, but it's a clear reference to the decade of the Nazi occupation. So this immediate context encouraged a political reading of the plague, facilitated, of course, by the author's choice of this disease, which immediately echoes the peste brune, brown plague. I'm not sure if it's a common expression in English, but in French, peste is really associated to this peste brune, that means brown plague, a nickname given to Nazism by analogy with the brown color of the shirts of the SA, of the Nazi SA. And Camus himself explains a historical but also ideological reference. For example, in a letter he wrote to Roland Barthes in February 1955. So I will quote in French, but you have the English translation. La peste a cependant comme contenu évident la lutte de la résistance européenne contre le nazisme. La preuve en est que cet ennemi qui n'est pas nommé, tout le monde l'a reconnu, et dans tous les pays d'Europe. However, the allegorical dimension of the novel allows the political reference to be extended to the metaphysical, and Camus has created the conditions for, I quote him, multifaceted reading. And here's another extract from the letter he wrote to Barthes. La terreur a plusieurs visages, ce qui justifie encore que je n'en ai nommé aucun pour pouvoir mieux les frapper tous. Sans doute est-ce là ce que l'on me reproche, que la peste puisse servir à toutes les résistances contre toutes les tyrannies. And indeed, there has been much criticism of this extreme openness of the book in identifying the spreading evil, starting with Barthes and Sartre. And Simone de Beauvoir wrote in retrospect, I quote her, to reduce the occupation to a natural scourge was still to flee from history and from real problems. But what interests Camus in this book is to focus on human reactions to the emergence of evil, of political evil. However, the updated readings in the time of COVID have revived only one aspect of the text, the most literal one, and obscured this very explicitly political dimension, limiting the scope of Camus' text, but also preventing us from thinking about the epidemic with Camus. So that's what I'm proposing right now. I've listed 5 points, which I will briefly present in this first part of my presentation. So, of course, what is both interesting and highly controversial about the plague, it seems to me, is precisely this connection between the medical and the historical political registers. Camus is following very long tradition, going back to Oedipus Rex. He considers political evil through the imaginary lens of disease, which affects both the individual and the social body. Because, of course, epidemics, like Merve showed it very, very well, but epidemics raise fundamental question about community, its governance, and the relationship between the individual and the authorities. And for this reason, an epidemiological narrative is often inherently and directly political. So Camus' reflection on the mechanisms of fascism could have helped us to think about the introduction, for example, of the state of emergency, which was particularly repressive in France. I was surprised that France wasn't mentioned in your listing, Merve, of controversial measures. But yeah, I won't go into many details here, but yeah, in my opinion, the state of emergency was really quite repressive also in France. And instead of emphasizing the similarity between the COVID and the plague described by Camus, instead of rediscovering the experience of the moment in the novel, the updating of the novel could have insisted on the political lessons of the novel, which can be immediately mobilized, which could have been immediately mobilized in times of epidemic. So in particular, these few points. First of all, Camus insists on the need to, what he called, educate the gaze, éduquer le regard. It is a central topic in the entire novel. The gaze must go beyond the surface to identify what is hidden beneath it. And in this respect, Camus' choice of a doctor as a narrator is interesting, not only because it allows him to really delve into everyday epidemiology, but also because the doctor shares with the writer the notion of semiotique, term of medical origin referring to the reading of signs on the human body. And the plague is really a lesson in hermeneutics, the importance of which is emphasized already from the beginning of the novel, which stresses the difficulty, but also the necessity of seeing what is really happening, of recognizing the signs that give rise to, I quote the text, the suspicion of something else. le soupçon de quelque chose d'autre. And similarly, the epilogue of the novel invites us to decipher the signs, to be vigilant in order to learn to see the invisible but omnipresent plague. And in this call to look beyond, the novel also evokes the dangers of paranoia. And there is a passage in the novel where the narrator states, the plague is not cannot be imagined, or is falsely imagined. So it is not seen, but it's seen everywhere, actually, leading to apocalyptic delusions and meaningless words. And that's maybe the second point, which I would like to introduce here. The Plague, the novel, is also a reflection on the use of language in times of crisis. It is also a central element of the novel. Because, of course, as a total crisis, the epidemic generates a plurality of discourses, medical, political, religious also, and false discourses. And it is really central in the novel, which describes an explosion of plural, hyperbolic, and more or less relevant discourses. And the words of experts are not always heard, while those of orators and prophets find in an audience in this epidemiologic context. So this is an essential reflection on language in times of crisis, and the novel implicitly proposes a linguistic model that promotes a language that is as clear and unambiguous as possible, according to the ideal of saying less but better. And grandiose speeches are really denounced as misleading, in particular that of the priest called Panlu in the novel, who describes the plague as a punishment for wavering faith. So the obsession of Camus seems to be a diagnosis as precise as possible, and he even uses the French expression "appeler un chat un chat." I think in English it is to call a spade, right? So yeah, the popular expression to be the more precise possible. A third point, which is really omnipresent in Camus' novel, is the role of the authorities. And I've noticed in this, in my own rereading of the novel, that measures is really a key word in the novel, as it was the case in the COVID epidemic. And in the city presented by Camus, the measures are primarily directed against the population should it be tempted to revolt. So there is a ban forbidding private correspondence and telephone calls. There are curfews and there are patrols. Everything we experienced in France during COVID-19. Order has to be maintained, and the state of plague soon turns into a state of siege. And the character, Taru, notes everyone is a suspect. And there is a very strong distrust of professional politicians in the novel. The plague is also interpreted as a failure of decision makers who mark disregard for the common good. And the character of the prefect, le préfet, embodies the administration. The bureaucratic state, which is nameless, pure obedience. He waits for the orders to come, but they don't come soon enough. So he bears a major responsibility in the spread of the epidemic. The plague also offers a reflection about what binds or threatens a community, because of course the sick in the novel, but also during COVID-19, are not only victims, they're also a threat, which complicates their status, but also their relationship to public order. So the very nature of the epidemic is to create mistrust with others, even those close to us, being perceived as a threat. So experiencing the epidemic means becoming aware both that we are part of a community and that others can kill us. So the question remains, how can we maintain some sort of empathy in this context and to keep functioning as a community? And last point, Camus addresses the question how to fight such an epidemic on a symbolic level, but also on a very practical one. And Camus emphasizes resistance. When the moral and political bankruptcy of the state is obvious, help can only come from society. But in this case, in the plague, I mean, in the novel, resistance comes from a conscious, courageous, and organized minority. That struck me by reading the novel, how Camus emphasizes the minority. There are very few who resist actively the plague. He calls them the volunteers, les volontaires des brigades sanitaires. And it means hope does not lie in a party or in a class. It lies in the coming together of a very few men of goodwill. And that is maybe the time to say there is no woman in Camus' novel, only men. So to stop the monstrous machine in its track, it is enough for a few people to refuse the inevitable without having to be superheroes. But, and that's maybe interesting, there is no hope of a definitive cure. That is to say, of another time, because the time of the novel is not the progressive and dynamic time of struggle. It is an almost static, stagnant time, stylistically represented by a monotonous and repetitive writing. So Oran, the city, is not only cut off the rest of the world. The plague is also installing its inhabitants in, I quote the novel, the long time of exile, where memory is erased, but also any prospect of the future. That is shown here in this quote of the novel about the inhabitants of Oran. Sans mémoire et sans espoir, ils s'installaient dans le présent. La vérité, tout leur devenait présent. Il faut bien le dire, la peste avait enlevé à tous le pouvoir de l'amour et même de l'amitié, car l'amour demande un peu d'avenir et il n'y avait plus pour nous que des instants. As Sylvie Servoise observes, the battle waged by Rieu and his companions in the medical units does not escape the motionless present. The characters see their action as an eternal beginning, even as an endless defeat that can only lead to victories that are always provisional. So this is a way of rejecting the philosophies of history that look forward to a better tomorrow without giving up the struggle. But Camus replaces the dream of a better future with the demands of a difficult present, already announcing what he will say in his speech at the Nobel Prize reception in 1957. Chaque génération pense qu'elle va refaire le monde, la mienne sait pourtant qu'elle ne le refera pas, mais son rôle est peut-être plus important encore, c'est d'éviter qu'il ne se défasse. Preventing the world from unraveling resonates strongly with one of the challenges posed by the COVID epidemic. And many criticized in his time, criticized Camus for no longer believing in revolution and rejecting the philosophies of history. And Camus ushered in an era which we can describe as presentism, as theorized by François Hartog, rather than faith in the future. So I see the time is going quicker than I thought. Just to say these few points, maybe to remind us that the novel of Camus, The Plague, could have been mobilized on several levels during the epidemic, if only because of its extreme allegorical openness and the conception of history and struggle that largely corresponds to that prevailing since the end of the 1980s, to speak quickly. And so that was not really the case in the articles calling for rereading of The Plague, but it was kind of the point of a mini-series broadcasted in March 2024 by a public channel strongly inspired by Camus' work, which proved more powerful in its interpretation of the classic. I will maybe pass on that since I've been maybe already too long. Just to open another reflection possibility, maybe not thinking the epidemic with Camus, but against Camus. And I'm relying above all on this book by Olivier Gloag, called Oublier Camus, to forget Camus, because it seems to me difficult or even impossible to conclude this invitation to reread The Plague for its political significance without problematizing it. So this is a book with a highly polemical title, but in this book, Olivier Cloag offers a different reading of The Plague and of Camus in general, starting with the observation that there are no Arabs in this 1947 novel, which plays in occupied Algeria. So admittedly, Oran, the city of Oran, where the novel is taking place, was singularly atypical in occupied Algeria because the Algerian population in this city was a minority. And that's a singular case in Algeria, of course. So it only represented 12% of the the Algerian population represented only 12% of the population of the city in 1921, compared with almost 90% for the country as a whole. But by 1931, the number of Algerians in Oran had almost doubled to 20% of the population, and by 54, 40% of Oran's inhabitants were Algerian. So, at the time of the plague, Oran was a city populated by a large majority of settlers, but it was a majority on probation, says Olivier Cloag. Oran was in fact at the forefront of a radical demographic change. So according to the scholar, this makes the deliberate exclusion of Algerians all the more remarkable, and he interprets this threat of this demographic upheaval as the appearance of a virus, a deadly disease for the European inhabitants of this supposedly ordinary city. So that he comes to this conclusion. Je propose une lecture différente. La peste, ce n'est pas l'Allemagne ou les Allemands, c'est la résistance du peuple algérien à l'occupation française. Phénomène intermittent mais inéluctable qui s'assimile à une maladie mortelle du point de vue des colons. So the plague, according to him, is a sign of a repressed colonialism, from Camus. That of the ever-recurring threat of indigenous revolt, which will only cease with independence. And in this regard, it is understandable that Jameson sorry, wrote the preface to the book because it is an interpretation that refers to the unconscious of the text. Yeah, so it seemed interesting to me to open a political reflection against Camus' novel at the very moment when he's being erected as a useful icon claimed by all political parties, if only to wrest his work from, I quote Jameson, an apolitical propaganda at the service of an even more unacceptable anti-political temptation, end of the quote. And beyond this, the importance of this work in terms of France's difficulty in thinking of itself as a former colonial power, it invites us to think of the COVID crisis in opposition to Camus. And to this individual scale, he's placing the resistance, for example. And the metaphysical overtones of Camus' absurdity, of which the plague is a manifestation, an irremediable scourge that always rises from its ashes, eclipse, for example, the socio-political factors of an epidemic, and of COVID in particular. It's not true that the epidemic affects everyone equally, and it's not true it is a fate and an inevitable evil. So to think about the epidemic in a different way to Camus, therefore, means focusing on the social, political, and historical factors rather than seeing it as an inevitable fate against which we must nevertheless rebel. This would be an invitation to a collective and organized response aimed at changing structures rather than accepting a reputation of the disaster. Yeah, I will end it here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much. And we need to speak for Aurora. We need to be specialists. I'm pointing.
It was not the way that's
Yes, there's someone.
yeah, go ahead, Ivana.
So I think the web experience.
Hi, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, hi everyone, hi Aurora. I have a question which is kind of referring to both papers, both by Merve and Aurora, but perhaps Aurora can answer first, and then if Merve had some else to say, she can also comment from her own perspective. So like what I heard from your papers is that you both draw parallels in a way between fiction and the epidemic reality, and you have shown that these parallels are not kind of matter of one way representation of reality, but that fiction also designs the whole framework, or like the previsions, or like predicts, or let's say designs a possible or probable impact of epidemic or pandemic on society. And now how I came to the question is one of these last remarks in Aurora's paper about Camus' statement on the inability to love or inability for friendship. I realized that, like, to what I like, judging from what I recall about what I remember about the plague, I didn't read it now during the pandemic, but long time ago. And what I know about Children of Men from the movie, sorry, not from the book, is that one point is missing, and I don't think you mentioned it in your presentations. And this is not necessarily this inability to love or inability to have friends, but ideological and moreover political divisions which arise from different perceptions on the pandemic and different solutions to the pandemic. Some, like, you remember, like, this is the whole span between those who were for self-discipline and curfew and staying at home, to those who who this rejected the anti-pandemic measures altogether. And if we look at the long-term impact of the pandemic, actually this social plague or these social divisions, which have turned to be political divisions, that is this long COVID we are all suffering from, even if we have not been affected by the pandemic in more direct biological way. So what can you say about these adumbrations of this political disease in both novels, or is this the lack of it, the lack of thinking about it in political terms, precisely that apolitical or even anti-political dimension that or you said you discover and Jameson discovered in the plague? You know, if is there something which is missing from the novel or both novels, which is utterly apolitical or even anti-political?
Yeah, so maybe I'll go first and you can. Yeah, thank you, Ivana, for your remark and question. It proves the relevance, I think, of our project about the political novel, because it forces us to have maybe new lenses about the novels we are reading. And by me, it was really, yeah, it struck me really hard when I reread the plague with our project in mind, is how absent the political scale was. On a very narrow way, politics is represented by restrained to the administrative scale, like. And so it is a very, a political society which is described by Camus. Of course, there are people more brave, more courageous than others, but they're really in the action, fighting really practically on the field against the plague, against the disease and the spread. But there are not really reflection about what it means politically, what is possible as a collectivity, as a community. And even there are very few debates which are mise en scène, which are described in the novel. There are characters standing for ideas. For example, the priest stands for religion and a very narrow conception of religion, I have to say, punitive doctrine. But otherwise, to answer maybe more directly to your question, it is a lack of political reflection which struck me in the play.
And as for P.D. James says, The Children of Man, yes, it is in fact a political novel, a dystopian work, and it engages deeply with political themes, including authoritarianism, governance, human rights, societal collapse. And in fact, this global infertility issue in the novel leads to widespread despair and the erosion of democratic institutions. And this is what is reflected and criticized in the novel. And the political dimension of the novel is evident in its depiction of this totalitarian regime that rules Britain under the warden of England. And this government enforces strict controlling, including, a forced labor for immigrants, state-sanctioned euthanasia, the suppression of dissent, and the idea of surveillance. So the novel, in fact, explores the themes of power, resistance, and moral obligations of, let's say, leadership. Therefore, these themes make the novel a political critique of authoritarianism, utilitarianism, and the fragility of a democracy, specifically in times of a crisis. Moreover, the novel also questions the role of religion and individual agency, the ethics of governance in a world which faces existential crisis. In fact, it aligns with the tradition of politically charged dystopian fiction like George Orwell's 1984 or A Brave New World, Huxley's Brave New World. But when we read the novel within the context of the pandemic that we faced, now we can find other, dimensions and other themes, how the novel reflects, real world implementations, political implementations in times of crisis. So it's interesting to see such reflections after the pandemic, when I reread the novel after the pandemic. But originally it is a political novel. It can be considered a political novel.
Thank you for delineating these. Now I remember. It is actually especially when we compare these two novels, it turns out like it's even more clear how Camus is actually more talking about society or a particular way the society functions, and actually Children of Men inscribes itself more directly into the tradition of the political novel. Sorry, I'll end up here. Yeah.
It seems like, thank you. It seems like we are very happy to have our two online presentations, and thank God everything went well, more or less. We're going to take a break, but before that, let's say thank you to our guest from and we need to one day to Cyprus. Aurora, saying hello to everybody from Berlin, including Ivana. We want to hear next year, the next workshop. All right?
Hopefully.
We're going to have a short break. Not very short. We're going to have a break for lunch, and then we're going to continue at 2:30. Thank you.
Bye.
I don't know if the people from the business learning can hear us. It's just that we talk and we can keep the same, of course, but please take your valuables. We will go, I think, a couple of lifts are going to get us downstairs and go to lunch. No. Yes. Yes. So it's possible, it is possible to put full presentation to of the
But we don't see should I send them a message? Should I continue recording this? Continue recording, so we can stop for an hour. Lost developer. Please. Please. Yes, I got some. Please put the phone.
Thank you.
It's
Take it.
we will check again.
Where is yours?
It's not here.
So let's let's go here. That's it. I hope that it is fair. And
Can you hear us?
just make sure that people can see. And you can use them.
Maybe. Can we say this because we said
This really
Normas.
Podemos stručne prostredie, ovaj, onda na koležu trans, nakon toga je pročel. Ne poklapaju se temi. Pa sistem se
You think you're yes, but you think a scholar.
Can we if you want to put screen? No, then this was trying. Yes, like yeah.
Can't see the speaker. Father,
So, yeah, very good. Once
Let me,
non tira frågan.
Poi scuola nostra, questo problema ci deve
Nešto između kopno. To nije državni restoran. Koji bi vas kao trebao
if I'm doing the correct thing.
nešto. Što više.
Okay, so now to the next one.
Sad moram
This line.
Just a second.
We can see it now.
Oh, so we are good.
No, we are not.
Right.
How to change this? Can change.
Nismo ideal.
You are sharing yourself. Okay. All right. Are you okay? You're going up to apply.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Sometimes I have content on the same page and it appears complete.
It's a bit complete, but just the part, and then we need to put what I shared below.
Yeah, maybe we can just share a screen and then you open it in PowerPoint.
okay. So this is what we did, but let's do it again. We went here. All right, and we shared what? Sharing.
Oh, okay, then we can open it in PowerPoint and they will see your PowerPoint.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Here, this is the.
Yeah, yes, they will see it.
All right, okay, yes, we are fine, yes, we are fine. Let me do that, this is what we want.
I want, yes.
Okay, and let me have that here, and then, are you okay?
Can you follow?
Scroll down, yes,
Yes, that's it.
are we okay?
Yes. Oh, yeah, shall we? I said that they could see the previous screen. We'll see if they can. All right. So I hope that our colleagues in the distance learning unit can hear us and they have started the recording, yes? I'm hoping, I don't see anything. Yeah,
Check the recording. Yes, it's recorded.
Okay.
Changes here.
Okay, perfect. So we are ready to start. So welcoming everybody back from the light lunch and the sunny day outside, back to the room where we're going to listen to another series of exciting papers. Our next speaker is Magda Poto. Magda is a professor of Spanish literature in the Department of Spanish Studies at the Faculty of Modern Languages and Literature of Madame Mickiewicz University in Poznan. She specializes in 20th and 21st century Spanish fiction. Her research interests include translation, gender studies, cultural studies, the sociology of literature, and graphic narrative. She has published a book in Spanish on contemporary Spanish women's narrative, El Malestar, La Narrativa de Mujeres en la España Contemporánea, and a monograph in Polish on contemporary Spanish fiction, Społeczna proza hiszpańska studia. Best in Polish. More recently, she has published articles on politics in Spanish literature from a gender perspective. Magda's presentation today is entitled Writing from Precarity, Illness and Politics in Two Spanish Women's Novels. Very welcome. What is yours?
Dear students, thank you for being here. Thank you for the time of the siesta. I'm really pleased to be back in this group discussing political model, especially through the lens of such a crucial issue as illness. And I'm also very glad to approach this topic from the perspective of the recent Spanish fiction, because I think it offers a really striking response to this theme. In recent years, I would love to do it. I think I will have to do it. Recent years, Spanish literature has increasingly turned its attention to the body, not in metaphorical or symbolic terms, but at the times where political and economic violence is materially experienced. In the wake of the 2008 financial crisis and the austerity policies that followed, many contemporary authors have begun to explore how precarious conditions shape not just social identity, but also mental and physical health. I think you have to go. Today I would like to talk about two such novels, A Working Woman by Elvira Navarro and My Clavicle by Marta Sanz. These are very different books in tone, style, and approach. One is fictional, the other also fictional, but both use illness and pain as ways of exposing how structural violence is lived in the body. Yes. This presentation explores how contemporary Spanish women's novels turn illness into a political form of narration. These texts don't treat pain as a personal failure or a redemptive journey. Instead, they show how suffering, whether mental or physical, is shaped by precarious work, gender expectations, and economic anxiety. A working woman links mental illness to unstable labor conditions, while My Clavicle presents bodily pain as tied to fear and financial pressure. These novels emphasize how suffering depends on social and economic conditions. They reveal how it's unequally distributed and often made invisible. My aim is to explore how they turn pain into narrative and vulnerability into a quiet but powerful critique of neoliberal demands for productivity, flexibility, and silence. To understand how these novels politicize illness and suffering, I draw on several key thinkers whose work explores how power operates through the body. First, Michel Foucault's concept of body power, developed in the history of sexuality, helps us to grasp how modern power works, not by threatening death, but by managing life. I apologize if I am maybe stating the obvious. I think that working as a teacher for many years made me proud of over explaining, and I'm doing it even when speaking to fellow researchers. Sorry if it's too obvious, this introduction. As he writes, the body power governs through the administration of bodies and the calculated management of life. In this framework, illness is more than a biological condition. It's a failure to meet social norms of health, behavior, and productivity. Having a system of power pushes the dynamic to its limits. In The Birth of Biopolitics, Foucault describes how individuals are expected to become entrepreneurs of themselves, managing their own lives like businesses. The individual's life itself, he writes, must make him into a sort of permanent and immutable enterprise. Within this system, suffering is no longer political. It becomes private failure. Judith Butler builds on this idea by focusing on precarity, not as a general human vulnerability, but as something politically distributed. In Precarious Life, she reminds us that not all lives are equally supported, protected, or even recognized. Some are rendered, in her words, unrepresentable and unintelligible. Butler also emphasizes that bodies are never just biological facts. They are always shaped by social norms, especially norms around gender, ability, and productivity. In this sense, a body that doesn't function properly, that is sick, exhausted, or in pain, is not just physically vulnerable, but politically exposed. Two other thinkers help extend this framework into the context of neoliberalism. Isabel Laurie argues that precarity has become a mode of governance. We are not governed despite our vulnerability, but through it. The insecurity that defines contemporary life, flexible contracts, unstable housing, endless competition, is not accidental. It is a way of producing compliant, self-regulating subjects. And finally, Byung-Chul Han, in The Burnout Society, describes how neoliberalism turns individuals into what he calls achievement subjects. We are no longer repressed by external authority, but pushed to constantly reform, produce, and stay positive until we collapse. For Han, today's suffering is not caused by prohibition, but by self-exploitation. Together, these thinkers provide a useful lens for reading both A Working Woman and My Traveler. These two novels I will be discussing take up these theoretical ideas and translate them into narrative form. They show us what it means when having a body under pressure to live in systems that demand constant performance, yet make stability impossible. Let me begin with A Working Woman by Adriana Barro, originally published in 2014. Set in Madrid during the years following the financial crisis, the novel captures the psychological and material consequences of life under precarious conditions. It tells the story of two women, Elisa, a freelance editor, and her flatmate, Susana, who works in a call center. Both women are caught in precarious jobs and unstable living conditions. Little by little, both of them breaking down mentally, socially, and financially. The novel is divided into three parts. First, a transcription of Susanna's fragmented, delirious monologue. Second, Elisa's first-person narrative of their shared life and her own breakdown. And finally, a short letter addressed to her psychiatrist. This fragmented structure is not simply a stylistic choice. It reflects the novel's central concern, the disintegration of the self under pressure. Navarro doesn't just write about precarity, she writes from within it. The instability of the narrative form, the shifting voices, the unstable tone, and the refusal to offer resolution reflects the instability of the characters that the characters are going through. Elisa initially appears as a capable, but soon shows signs of serious mental strain, insomnia, panic attacks, hallucinations, and dissociation. One day, on the street, she experiences a sort of palpitation, a runaway feeling, a total nervous breakdown. Her perception fracture. She loses her grip on reality. This breakdown is closely tied to her working conditions. Elisa is moved from an in-house position to freelance status, losing benefits, stability, and professional recognition. Before my contract ended, she says, they informed me I would become freelance. My salary was cut, and I started having trouble making it to the end of the month. What is framed as flexibility becomes, in fact, abandonment. She is left alone to navigate a system that demands constant self-management, but offers no support. This is where theory helps illuminate the novel's politics. Foucault's concept of biopower explains how power today operates not through repression, but by regulating life, health, productivity, and behavior. Elisa's inability to function renders her illegible in economic terms. As Butler would say, hers is a life that falls outside the dominant frameworks of value and intelligibility. At the same time, her breakdown exemplifies what Byung-Chul Han calls the achievement subject, someone who ties their value to how much they achieve and blames themselves when they fall short. I suppose I should be more entrepreneurial, Elisa reflects, but I am too depressed and too scared. This collapse is captured in the final section of the novel in the letter written to her psychiatrist that is titled Self-Exploitation. They owe me 15 invoices, she writes. I don't know when they will stop counting on me. Since I'm freelance, they don't even feel obliged to explain. What seems like autonomy actually turns out to be abandonment. Elisa is free, in name only, free to be overworked, underpaid, and unprotected. This is the paradox of neoliberal subjectivity. You're responsible for your own success, but if you fall alone. She walks around, doped up on serotonin reuptake inhibitors, medicated into submission, not recovery. Yet the novel does not offer a solution. There is no return to stability or narrative closure. What it offers instead is a voice. Writing becomes a form of survival. I count, I think I went too far today. If I count the overcome feeling, the feeling that I'm about to go mad, Elisa says, that maybe this is the last phase of the book. This is not a story of overcoming illness. It is a story of insisting on the right to speak from inside the illness. Let's turn to my platform. Other massive misalignments. It is the English title of Marta Sanz' Clavicula, originally published in Spain in 2017, and the English edition is due out in May 2025, months. The novel begins with a sudden physical sensation, a sharp pain during a flight, which sets off an obsessive search for medical answers. But what follows is not just a medical story. the narrator's pain quickly expands into a broader reflection of anxiety, aging, economic insecurity, and gender vulnerability. As Sams puts it in an interview, I'm quoting, "In my clavicle, I write about what hurts me physically and socially. I connect my physical pain to my work-related anxiety and link both to my gender. The result is a narrative that moves between diary, essay, autofiction, emails, and even poetry, a hybrid form that reflects the instability of the narrator's condition. Like Navarro, Sams refuses to reduce suffering to a metaphor or a plot device. The pain in my clavicle is literal, undiagnosed, and persistent. The narrator moves from one specialist to another, hearing possible explanations that range from cancer to anxiety. She received treatments that don't work and eventually declares, "It hurts, and this pain isn't relieved by medication for depression or insomnia." At one point, she breaks down in an emergency consultation. The doctor asks her, "What are you afraid of?" And she answers, "Of being ill, of not being able to work." This is the core anxiety of the novel, the fear that pain will make her useless, that she will lose not just her income, but her identity. She later reflects, "I'm ill with the fear of being ill and the fear of not being able to be ill." This captured what Judith Butler and Isabel Mori described as the politics of differential precarity. To be ill is to risk being excluded, but not being able to acknowledge illness because you fear losing the job, your voice, your social place, it is itself a form of violence. Sams also exposes how this experience is gendered. In another interview, she remarks, "Women's physical illnesses are harder to diagnose. Medical pathologies are based on the male body. The narrator's pain is real, but because it doesn't follow a clear medical logic, it is dismissed, trivialized, and pathologized." Here, Butler's question, "Whose bodies come to matter?" becomes crucial. The novel shows how pain, when expressed by a woman, especially one who is aging and economically precarious, is more likely to be ignored. But My Clavicle is not a story of silence. The narrator does not accept invisibility. She names her pain. Even when no diagnosis is available, she writes, "I'm not a hypochondriac. I'm not depressed. I'm in pain. I have awareness. I claim it. I complain." In a world where complaint is treated as weakness, this statement is defiant. It aligns with Butler's idea that injury can become a space of reflection and political speech. Sam's use of form serves to sustain and articulate this resistance. The novel's hybrid structure, part autofiction, part essay, part notebook, creates an aesthetics of fragmentation. The form itself refuses resolution. It does not guide the reader towards a clear diagnosis or emotional closure. Instead, it performs instability. At one point, Sams writes, "Pain is not intimate, it's a public crime." This simple line captures the political power of the book. Pain, she suggests, is not something to be hidden or endured alone. It is shared social, and structural. My clavicle insists that pain belongs not only in the doctor's office, but in literature, in politics, and in public space. Let me now turn to a comparative reading of the two novels. In A Working Woman and My Clavicle, illness is not presented as a private or metaphorical condition. Instead, it becomes a description of systemic violence, a way of registering the pressure to perform, to endure, and to remain socially legible within a society that disciplines bodies through norms of health, productivity, and autonomy. Both novels challenge the notion that suffering is purely personal. They insist that pain, whether psychic or physical, is shaped by structural forces, precarious jobs, social abandonment, and constant pressure to succeed. The protagonists, Elisa and the autofictional narrator in My Clavicle, don't suffer in the abstract. Their symptoms are specific and embodied: anxiety, insomnia, exhaustion, chronic pain. As Imogen Han observes, these are not exceptions, but defining features of the so-called achievement subject in late capitalism. A figure who is driven to maximize productivity and ends up exhausted, guilty, and isolated. Despite the formal and thematic differences, both novels reject the neoliberal imperative to recover, to adapt, and keep going. They resist the cultural pressure to turn pain into strength or a story of personal growth. Instead, they give voice to the psychic cost of surviving in a world that treats vulnerability as weakness. This refusal to bounce back also challenges what Isabel Lowry describes as the governing through insecurity, where individuals are forced to manage their own instability, as if they were personal problems, not the result of larger systemic issues. In both cases, illness becomes not just a condition, but a form of quiet resistance. Finally, both novels speak to Jacques Rancière's idea of the political potential of literature, not through explicit critique, but by disrupting the distribution of the sensible. They give form to experiences that are usually excluded from view: unproductive lives, unhealed bodies, unrecognized pain. What these novels offer is not closure or solution, but narration. They redefine political fiction not as message, not as method, not ideology, but exposure. Let me now close with a few reflections. What A Working Woman and My Clavicle ultimately share is not just a thematic concern with illness or precarity, but a commitment to turning vulnerability into an integral strategy. They show that bodies under pressure do not simply collapse, they also narrate. And this narration, fragmented, painful, unresolved, becomes a form of political expression. Both novels contribute to a broader repoliticization of Spanish literature that took shape after the 2008 crisis and the collective awakening of the Indignados movement. As David Becerra has argued, this moment marked a shift in Spanish fiction toward a literature that reintroduces context, history, and social structure into the representation of suffering. Rather than displacing contradiction, the new Spanish fiction names it, insisting that precarity and defeat are not private failures, but the consequences of a system. The literary turns This literary term opens space for new forms of visibility. Drawing on Judith Butler, we might say that these novels do more than narrate pain, than make recognizable lives, often treated as marginal, unintelligible, or not worth telling. Neither Elisa nor Sam's narrator recovers or transforms pain into strength. Instead, they insist on the right to name what hurts, breaking the silence that surrounds lives deemed unproductive or, as Butler puts it, unrepresentable and unintelligible. These texts reject the idea that suffering must be hidden, resolved, or aestheticized. Rather, they create a space where vulnerability becomes politically expressive. Navarro and Sons demonstrate that political fiction today emerges from the most immediate spaces, bodies, domestic interiors, everyday thoughts, where structural violence is lived and registered. They do not write from a position of critical distance, but from within the fracture itself, from anxiety, insomnia, fatigue, and pain. In their work, the political is not declared, but embodied. By centering illness, these novels expand the boundaries of what is considered political and narratable. The suffering body is not a private matter. It is shaped by a system of labor, power, and struggle. A working woman and my clavicle offer no resolutions, but they do insist on the right to speak from within collapse. Not heroic, but visible. Not cured, but still here. Thank you.
So much. I think we have like 2 minutes before the next paper because we're already stepping into the next slot. Any questions for Anders to that, please? Maybe we can. Yeah.
Can this be seen as sort of new naturalism? Because as you presented the themes, they are all, for example, in Solas Asumwa, in novel describing destiny of a woman, which becomes alcoholic and is in constant pain. So I don't know if all the trappings of modern critique with precarity are not yet present in the 19th century naturalist novel.
Well, I would say they connect very much to the social and political and economic structure, and the presentation of the naturalistic details is real, but it's also very symbolic. So in the body, in those novels, expresses things that can't be articulated in another way.
You can see with one of the characters in Asumwata as well, and her destiny when she was in pain and couldn't work, or her husband who was also an alcoholic, but his leg and wouldn't work, and the whole work collapses. And that is set against the ideal art represented by the absolutely fantastic visit to the Louvre and seeing the means.
It's interesting that in fact, as you have seen, the title of this theoretical books about this revival of political novel in Spain was the remodelization of the novel.
Mm-hmm.
So it means it existed in the history of literature in different periods. In Spain, and maybe not so much in the 19th century, but in the 50s, 60s.
Well, before then, in these
It's 50s, 40s, yeah, yes, exactly, the social literature. So it connects, but it's new in reference to what we read in a Spanish novel in the beginning of the 21st century, let's say before the crisis. It was a totally intimate novel about personal problems, relations, love, sex, and no social and economic reality at all. So it is a terror.
I'm asking messages from some of our online presenters asking for changes in their schedule. Anybody else? Anybody? No. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have now our next presenter, who is also not online, but in person. We have Chalo Waya. Chalo is the PhD student on the University of Cambridge Cartography and Political Novel Research team. His joint honors bachelor degree issued by the University of Nairobi is in politics and French studies with a minor in literature. He holds a research master's degree in Swahili, also from the University of Nairobi, at the Sorbonne in Paris. He earned a research master's degree in French. Cello studied for a terminal research master's degree in journalism from the School of Journalism and Communication at Carleton University. He then read for an MPhil in European, Latin American, and comparative literature and culture at the University of Cambridge. He has a strong background in international journalism, having worked for the BBC and the China Media Group, among others. He also has a strong background in language and literature education, having taught from preschool to university level in Kenya, France, Canada, Colombia, China, and the United Kingdom. And today's presentation for us is entitled Renegotiating Elite Spaces, Afro-Politicanism as a Systemic Self-Assertion in the Dr. Brown's Assembly. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for this opportunity to be part of this really interesting group. So we'll start with an introduction. Dr. Brown is a British writer of Australian origin who lives in London and recently just published in 2021 her first novel, just launched about 18 months. Her second novel just came out the last week or so, actually. And she's won a few prizes, including Better Possible Work, Forest Book of the Year, Word for Fiction, and she's been recognized on both sides of the Atlantic for her fiction. And so she comes from a background of finance, financial services, if you will, having read economics at the University of Cambridge. So essentially, it was published in 2021. I'll copy here. It kind of mirrors the author's in some respects, actually in many respects. It follows the internal reflections of a young, successful, but British woman, as she prepares to attend the her white boyfriend's family. She navigates the pressures of her professional life in a predominantly white corporate environment. She works in the city of London. And reflects on societal expectations, tries to raise class and gender. She confronts existential questions about power and in the future. And using this intensified, she grapples with a recent medical diagnosis, forcing her to reconsider what it means to succeed in a society built on systemic inequality. So it's the novel has been cited for an economic and what's many times was tied across precise, crisp. Reviewers have been impressed with its minimalism and sharpness, which I think helps in really bringing out thematic depth. And so the novel's writing style has garnered admiration from some reviewers to influence. Okay, and that came out in the previous presentation. A fragmented, a fragmented style, a stream of consciousness, kind of large, which critics have noticed is disjointed, and the structure is intentionally disjointed to mirror the protagonist's time of conflict by emotional absorption and the disorientation she navigates with her personal and professional life. This technique has been likened to prospective plots of the in particular Mrs. The way it focuses in what is the character's mind, and it's seen as all effective choice, the way that it masks readers to the protagonist's thoughts, definitely the weight of the protagonist's struggles. And what else has been said is that the novel, explores existential themes, particularly the protagonist's awareness of power and neutrality, that she reflects on the health and the pressures performing to societal expectations. It raises questions about personal agency, the value of success, and what it needs to be truly alive. And critics have described centers of meditation on life's fleetingness and the limits imposed by systemic oppression. That's kind of the more sort of universal take on the novel. What I want you to dwell on is what's kind of specific. I want to be specific to what has come to be known as Afropolitanism, which is a fairly new movement, which imagines a way of being both cosmopolitan and both authentically African, and which challenges stereotypes of South American Africans, Afro-descendants to occupy shared and global spaces. Storiesabout came out that time in 2005 and defines its minorities as, in particular, Afropolitans, as Africans of the world, which echoes Bissell's two notes, which again is an echo of Shibembe and it's a South African moment, if you will, African world. And Sherazona Eze in 2016 talked about the Afropolitan as one who, on the strength of the affinity, can call in West Africa peaceful allies while at the same time being open. And Eze came back to say Afropolitanism is a mindset, an interior ability that defies scientific boundaries erected by nativism, autonomy, heritage, and other mythologies of identity. And I share this understanding that the Afropolitan is part of the world at once defined by individuation and interconnectedness by individual subjects and ethno-racial and social-cultural communities meant to give, take, sustainably in the manner authentic to all natural systems. Afropolitanism acknowledges a lot of fluid identities constituted by relation rather than opposition, a world shrunk by globalization, in which elective affinities at the psychical level mirror the dynamic integrity of a physical universe in constant flux, and its constituent parts also being in flux, but still together identified. Should I put it this way? Says awareness, as its definition of awareness, we here and there, in the presence of the elsewhere, in the here and binds us, the relaxation of family roots, memberships, and the way of progressing full knowledge of advance, strangeness, awareness, and the ability to recognize one's face in that of going on, make most of the traces, marvelous in process to domesticate really what with what's seemed to be the opposites. It is this actual historical aesthetic sensitivity that underlies the term anthropology. I look to tie that together with another concept called black refusal, and that comes from in which the act of one who has by law refusal, a right to recently vanished and declines. Also, the declination or request of demand or demand permission to compliance with the private law as a result of a positive intention survey. And so black refusal is sort of something new, black something rather than some reformed, I would say, honest, black respectability. It is a movement that is black refusal, it's a movement toward marriage. I want you to have this image of the, an escaped slave. Marriage, an escape too, and emancipation in a colonial world. It is an extension of the figure of the fugitive slave, randomness, black fugitivity in globalism and post-colonial society. This is work that's mainly done by Zaria Hartman, Columbia, Tina Camp, who is now a prisoner, that work on that. And I see black refusal as a epistemic self-assertion in that epistemic justice is the universal participation in terms of equality, voting rights of voting rights, I should say, access to information and knowledge. So epistemic justice is equitable participation in shared knowledge community economies. Now, epistemic justice is injustice related to knowledge, includes exclusion and service, systemic, social, or misrepresentation of one's remains or contributions, and evaluating one's status or standing in communicating processes and fair solutions of authority and warranted trust. Having subjectified level, it transfers distinct injustice transfer agency from subordinated individuals to hegemonic epistemologies. Now, an information of here in pursuing injustice that the British philosopher Iran Africa in the context in 1991, and Africa sees two types of epistemic justice: testimonial justice and administrative justice. Now, testimonial justice demonstrates trust in someone's word, but injustice of this may occur when someone is ignored. Or not really because of the sex, sexuality, gender presentation, race, disability, or broadly speaking, how many of you can just because when someone's experiences are well understood themselves to by others, because these experiences do not fit any concept of non-value or non-compliance due to historical exclusion of some groups, people from activities such as scholarship and journalism that shape the language people use to make sense of their experiences. Now, what about global and shared spaces? Globality. So globality, which following Roland Robertson, I define this awareness for as a single space brought together people from different ethno-racial and social cultural backgrounds. It's a direct challenge to the segregationist underpinnings of colonialism as practiced in modernity. Geographies of globality are complex and bringing together individuals from very different backgrounds. The child black immigrants, in the case of Sandy, and our landed gender boyfriend, member of the aristocracy in British society. And for example, they are brought together, if you will, in spaces such as Cambridge, again, it is local, the city of London, the financial districts of London, state home in the country. Many characters have worked for the two solitudes in a shared land. separated by a gulf of mutual ignorance and the resulting uncertainty. Now, globality creates relational and spatial proximity for these subjects. The model shows that racism is in practice a cyclical and structural maladjustment to relational and spatial proximity with other subjects. Anthropological models such as assembly enable the reader to take in a vast range of specialities in which the violence of racism that goes through surviving colonialism is a matter. What does this novel do? It challenges Eurocentric prejudices and their coloniality as the protagonist it's not green, but chance and happenstance that Europe has dominance in recent human history. It exposes the myth that colonialism is a thing of the past, the coloniality of power, to use, a genealogical excavation. It offers a genealogical excavation of hegemonic epistemologies and looking at the boyfriend's present status and how you understand, and mapping the violence of colonialism as reflected by the ethno-racial, social cultural and political configuration, in this case of British society. Now, the novel shows that Margaret Taylor plays a role in the perpetuation of the coloniality of relationships in globality. She shows that positionalities are laid out and established through the use of language, specifically colonial language, which fails to offer the racialized and excluded subject the means to give an account of their own lived experience independently of the hegemonic case that is figured in the dominant language of English. And that's an example of municipal injustice. The negotiation of the positionalities in these spaces happens within strictures dictated by the hegemonic approach. Neither subordinate the subject their municipal rights. Their rights to locate themselves with their identities in an exclusionary language. It exposes certain African anthropocentric observations, psychical pathologies, and acting out of the expectations imposed by the hegemonic gaze, the intangible asset that she keeps on talking about. These highly educated and successful mankind is an example of these pathologies. Her physical pathology, she has cancer, she's dying of cancer, mirrors this psychical pathology normalized by the society, which itself is sick and sustainable. In fact, the cancer here is the metaphor for the unspoken coloniality of supposedly post-colonial society. And the novel shows how inequality and race becomes fast. Now, what happens here is the protagonist chooses to get off the hassle of expectations imposed by society. It's possibly impossible in society. And these novels, the energy of interracial relations, sadly, blends seamlessly with classicism. In British society appears to be almost irredeemably stratified as stated in this novel. Even the haphazard performativity of equality, the rust of inclusion practices merely underlying predicament unspoken regimentation of position analysis in this post-colonial society. The main counterfeits cognizance of the occluded realities that the people society willing to confront the hypocrisy of its supposed values, which are supposedly New York, Barcelona. She has sat herself recently through these these circumstances, these technical concepts, our actual epistemic resistance is an extreme example of black refusal, taking back the personal agency. Black sovereignty is, of course, as opposed to black respectability, which post-colonial society demands was basically also denied. A history of history of medical cancer, many of us are currently forced to sell the opportunity of a choice should normally accept place assigned to her by society as a woman and a black person. Our decision to allow herself to die of cancer is the ultimate act of epistemic self-assertion. She has sat her right to exist in society, and the life that refuses to accept would account for her difference. A society that insists on telling rather than listening to her. Symbolically, an act of resistance happens at that same other side, unspoken and acknowledged, excuse me, place where the society is, she is walking against this out with its true and resolved nature, the secret and the surface place where supposedly post-colonial society is out the lies itself and the self-conditions that result. As a sovereign agent, she quietly decides to die, chose normal decision. It is suicide, the doctor tells her. But presumably, who also has theorized epistemic justice, we call this unseen protest. Thank you.
God. And perfect timing, we have 60 seconds. Of course, you can ask many questions. We're hoping that our next speaker is also online, Alexandra Irimia. So I'm just hoping, but in the meantime, we have time for questions for Charlie. Anybody? Or online? Anybody? Nobody? Maybe it's a perfect presentation then. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to reading it as a paper when we get the submissions. So we might have some questions then. Thank you so much. And I see Alexandra online. That is lovely. Our next speaker is also a new person for most of us, as I can say, because she is joining us from Germany, but not from the Berlin team. Alexandra is a keyboard fellow working on contemporary bureaucratic fiction in world literature and film at the Institute for German Comparative Literature and Cultural Studies at the University of Bonn. Before joining this institution, she held postdoctoral fellowships at the Erich Auerbach Institute in Köln and the Institute for Advanced Study in the Humanities at Essen. The first book that I checked actually online recently is called Figures of Radical Lapses, Blanks and Voids in Literature and the Arts, published in 2023, available in open access. Recently, she co-edited a special issue of the journal Administry on the topic of administrative cultures and their aesthetics, which is forthcoming. The Young Newsletter Bureau of Critics is her latest co-editorial project. Shorter pieces of her writing live online or offline in edited volumes. Journals including Critical Inquiry, The Comparatives, Discourse, Expresses, and on the KWI, this is the Essen University, the KWI blog. Alexandra's paper for today is entitled Archive Fever and Other Symptoms of Bureaucratic Malaise, Pathologies of Public Office in 20th and 21st Century Dystopian Novels. We are happy to have you, at least online. Thank you, Alexandra.
Hi, hello Rosie, very nice to meet you virtually, and hello everyone. I'm happy to be here, and thank you for organizing this workshop. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, yes, perfect.
Wonderful. So my presentation today is concerned with illness in a specific subgenre of dystopia, the administrative kind. And it is part of the larger project I'm currently developing in Bonn, concerned with the imagery of 20th and 21st century bureaucratic fiction. What do I mean by bureaucratic fiction? By this term, I refer to fictional works in which bureaucracy is a main theme, setting, and plot advancing narrative device. Such stories are always situated in the office world, either in public or private institutions, in environments running on and busy with record keeping. Looking at these narratives, I'm most interested in practices of institutional writing and the modern figure of the bureaucrat as an agent of inscription. They appear in a variety of media, in novels, short stories, films, TV series, even video games, but also in a variety of genres. There is, of course, the bureaucratic horror story, but also satire, office comedy, procedural thrillers, courtroom dramas, and so on. In the following minutes, I will explain and illustrate my main argument, according to which metaphors of disease seem to be a general feature of bureaucratic fiction. While I was looking to establish a transnational corpus of this kind of works, I noticed that wherever there is talk of paperwork, institutions, and bureaucratic proceedings, the human subjects involved experience symptoms of physical or psychological discomfort, which I bring together under the umbrella term of bureaucratic malaise. The bureaucratic body is marked in these works by symptoms of accelerated decay. Secondly, I briefly look into why dystopian scenarios often require a certain engagement with bureaucratic fiction, and why bureaucratic utopias usually prove to be, in fact, dystopias. Thirdly, I will give an overview of the two novels I'm comparing today, Maurice Blanchot's The Most High and Helen Phillips's The Beautiful Bureaucrat, for those of you who may be unfamiliar with them. And then I will take a closer look at the symptoms of what I call bureaucratic malaise in these two novels. As I was saying, illness is a frequent trope in bureaucratic fiction, and it comes up even more often when the story is a dystopia. Office work and the logic of administration seem to always elicit a particular kind of unease. One may remember here the compulsive behavior of Bartleby the Scrivener, the neurosis that carries Kafka's protagonists and has them roaming around the labyrinthic corridors of the castle or of their own trial. The pallor foregrounded in David Foster Wallace's novel about the employees of the IRS, but also a literal death of a bureaucrat and the madness it triggers among the living, like in the 1966 film of Thomas Gutierrez Alea. There is also the hallucinations and the paranoia that unravel in Terry Gilliam's Brazil, or in Stanislav Lem's 1961 dystopian spy novel, Memoirs Found in a Bathtub. This one takes place in a claustrophobic office building in a distant future after the complete disappearance of paper, so the perfectly digitized bureaucracy that some countries try to achieve today. Another good example would be Akira Kurosawa's film Ikiru, in which a public servant surrounded by ever-growing stacks of unresolved files develops a stomach tumor, whose steady and deadly growth resonates with the proliferation of ignored paper documents lying around in the institution's offices. The clerk decides to use the time he has left to resolving as many cases as he can, setting an example for his slacking colleagues, who are virtually on their way of developing a similar kind of disease. A more recent case is Australian writer's Moya Angelou's novel, The Office as a Boat, which ties a relation between biological and digital viruses and tracks the fluctuations in the moods and vital functions in an office populated entirely by women. And I have here a short quote. virulent mutated viruses spread in the office among bodies and computers. Both illness and wellness flourished at different times. Cards of condolences and congratulations circulated around for signing. End quote. In all these stories, and here's a screenshot from Living, a recent adaptation of Ikigo. I'm sorry, I hear myself. Is there a reverb in the room? Okay.
We hear okay, I think.
Okay, perfect. In all these stories, I was saying the plot intensifies the already proverbial anemic demeanor of record keepers or data entry clerks, with the disquieting symptoms of more widespread social pathology. And I borrowed this term from the German philosopher Axel Honneth, who has an entire essay on the topic. What I'm looking to show further in this presentation is the contagious nature of the systemic dysfunction that spreads from the bodies of office workers and of the administrative apparatuses they maintain to ultimately infect the metatextual body of the dystopian writing, threatening in this way its narrative integrity. Perhaps the most famous metaphor of systemic failure that works at both individual and institutional levels is Jacques Derrida's concept of archive keeper, which he theorized in his 1995 essay Mal d'Archives, and which he holds to describe this obsessive compulsion to record, document, and preserve information, which, according to Derrida, is inherently linked to both power and mortality. The French philosopher argues that archiving is driven by a paradoxical force. While archives are meant to preserve the past, they are also oriented towards the future and introduce the possibility of erasure, omission, and reinterpretation. The act of archiving is thus both an attempt to maintain control over memory and an acknowledgement of its inevitable decay. Derrida connects this compulsion to Freud's death drive, suggesting that the desire to archive is not merely about preserving history, but also about confronting the inevitability of loss and destruction. As highlighted in discussions of the bureaucratization of utopia and utopianization of bureaucracy, conducted, for example, by Julie Billot, Jane Cowan, and Nayanika Matua, in a 2020 issue of the journal Social Anthropology, institutions always emerge from idealistic aspirations towards justice, efficiency, and better governance. They are always, in a sense, utopian endeavors. However, the procedural slowness in documenting their processes and implementing these principles frequently results in disillusionment and frustration. At this point, the utopia of perfectly planned governance quickly turns into dystopian stories of administrative errors, absurdity, redundance, repetition, and dread. To put it briefly, the bureaucratic novel and the literary dystopia converge in their depiction of administrative systems as paradoxical structures, both designed to generate order and harmony and yet often producing disorder, oppression, and existential malaise. In the context of the beautiful bureaucrat and the Most High, the two bureaucratic dystopias I chose to compare today, the obsession with data, documentation, and routine echoes Derrida's idea that archiving is both a means of survival and a symptom of systemic decline, transforming human lives into mere entries in a database, repetitive tasks, or nonsensical commands from an unseen authority. In both novels, bureaucracy functions as both a totalitarian force and an impersonal machinery, stripping individuals of agency while simultaneously demanding their absolute participation. Bureaucracy's utopian impulse, its faith in structure, regulation, and rationality, is ultimately undermined by its dystopian consequences: alienation, meaningless repetition, redundancy, dehumanization, and the like. Published almost 70 years apart, these two novels illustrate how bureaucracies, envisioned as tools for social betterment, become labyrinthine systems that perpetuate absurdity and even existential dread. This tension aligns with Derrida's notion of archive fever, in which the compulsive art of recording and ordering information is driven by an unconscious death drop. The result is a genre where bureaucratic structures not only regulate the world, but actively shape its characters' physical and psychological deterioration, serving both as a metaphor and a mechanism of system failure. But let's take a closer look at the novels. I will start with the most recent one. Helen Phillips is a Beautiful Bureaucrat, published in 2015. In it, the plot follows Josephine Newberry, a young woman who takes a job in a windowless, narrow office in a mysterious state institution somewhere in the US. Her job is to input seemingly random strings of letters and numbers into a database. Already from the hiring interview, with which the book opens, she notices that the working environment is sickly and unwelcoming. Due to these facts, and perhaps also to the dull, isolating nature of the work performed here, she notices that her supervisor is pale. He looks weak and anemic, has bad skin, and an awfully smelly breath. All symptoms that she will soon begin to develop herself. As she becomes increasingly alienated from her work, she begins to suspect a sinister pattern, discovering that the data she has to introduce from unending stacks of paper forms into the database corresponds to the lifespans of real people. This links her mundane task to vital questions of life and death, elevating the dreadful data entry process to a most meaningful type of labor. Meanwhile, her husband, Joseph, also a public servant in a state institution that later proves to be the same one as the one in which Josephine works, starts behaving mysteriously, disappearing for long stretches of time, which adds obviously to Josephine's growing discomfort and paranoia. The oppressive atmosphere of the office mirrors Josephine's physical decline. She grows pale, weak, and psychologically unmoored as she loses her sense of self in the bureaucratic machinery, until she discovers one day that she is processing her husband's file and that the alphanumeric codes she enters in the database secretly ascribe to him a date of death. After an illicit trip in the labyrinthic paper archives located in the basement of the institution, she manages to understand the procedural logic of the data transfer and manages to reverse the process, thereby saving her husband. The novel blends elements of surrealism, existential horror, and dystopian critique, exposing the dehumanizing effects of modern administrative labor. The tension between Josephine's increasingly fragile body and the disembodied abstraction of the data echoes Derrida's archive fever. I will move now, because the time goes by fastly, to the next novel, The Most High. Le Très-Haut, in the original French, was published in 1948, so a contemporary of Camus's The Plague. This one is an existential, surreal first-person narrative told by Henri Soge, a 25-year-old low-level bureaucrat working at a city hall in a registry office. And all we know about the country he lives in is that it is simply called the state. The regime in power here enforces passive compliance and is generally successful in punishing any political initiative, even those that are favorable to the state. Nevertheless, the heavily defended stability of this regime is threatened by growing fires, an epidemic, and increasing discontent among the population. The start of the novel finds this employee on sick leave. He returns to work with newfound clarity, but soon withdraws again as his belief in the state is tested through encounters with a neighbor who is a former doctor turned revolutionary, and his stepfather, a high-ranking official of the state. Rather than opposing the state and looking to subvert it, Research mirrors it, defending its logic while simultaneously acknowledging its decay. As the epidemic spreads in this mysterious land, his home becomes a medical outpost, further intertwining his faith with the one of the collapsing system. His physical deterioration also parallels the state's decline. As the illness he suffers from worsens, his speech falters, his writing fragments, and his sense of self dissolves, just as the state, who was once absolute and now struggles with contradictions it can no longer resolve. His inability to complete his journal, actually the novel we are reading, reflects the novel's central tension, the impossibility of fully articulating lived experience in the abstract language of the law and that of ideology. The epidemic in the Most High does not merely create chaos or allow revolutionaries to infiltrate state structures. Rather, it fundamentally alters the way in which the state functions. The disease forces the state to incorporate insurgents into its own ranks, blurring the line between order and rebellion. At the same time, it compels the state to normalize the plague, integrating it into everyday governance. As a result, the epidemic is not just an external threat to the state, but an internal force that both sustains and destabilizes it. A comparison of these two novels is grounded in the observation that the two protagonists, Josephine Newbery and Henri Sorge, experience physical and mental decline as a reflection of an existential anxiety underpinning the bureaucratic systems in which they work. Both novels portray bodily deterioration as a metaphor for the broader social and narrative pathologies of administrative life, ultimately questioning the role of bureaucracy in shaping individual identity and mortality. The novels play with physical symptoms such as pallor, frailty, exhaustion, as well as with a sort of psychological alienation expressed through emotional numbness, the slow erosion of self-awareness and personal agency, and the disintegration of language. In both cases, a supervising authority is only partially visible and accessible, while the state and its laws remain an abstraction. This contributes to an increasing sense of disorientation and absurdity, which deepens the harm experienced by individual subjects. There is also the question of spatial toxicity. On the one hand, for Phillips, the office appears as a contaminated, claustrophobic, and repulsive environment, much like a prison cell with a bad history. The emphasis on sensory deprivation and isolation nominates them as contributing factors to physical and mental decline in a workplace in which data entry turns into a compulsive form of labor with strong ties to mortality. On the other hand, the protagonist of Blanchot's novel is increasingly remote and unsituated, much like utopias and, of course, dystopias are by definition non-places. Henri Sorge's office is barely mentioned as an abstract, shifting, dreamlike space, which echoes the protagonist's progressive loss of self. Finally, there is the relationship between physical decline and the fragmentation of the narrative. As the health of Josephine and Henri Sorge deteriorates, their respective narratives become increasingly surreal and disjointed. Josephine's reality slips into a surreal dream, while for Henri Sorge, the collapse of physical health parallels the breakdown of narrative coherence and his very ability to speak and write. And to sum everything up, I would say that dystopian bureaucratic fiction articulates a critique of administrative processes and environment through metaphors of illness, decay, and collapse that are active simultaneously on three different levels of corporeal integrity and health. First, the individual level of reflecting the protagonist's state. Secondly, the systemic level reflecting the state and its administrative apparatus. And lastly, the textual levels reflecting the integrity of the narrative. With this, I want to thank you for your attention and to invite any questions and comments you may have. And to those interested in my broader project, you're welcome to subscribe to my research newsletter called Bureaucritics, also present on Instagram under the same name. And thank you again for listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sandra. And I think that we are definitely going to have more questions, especially I'm thinking as you're talking, I'm thinking whether you can connect in any case, in any shape, bureaucracy with the advancement of the AI in our everyday life. One would think that AI is used as a great excuse for substitution of people in certain jobs. Hence, my logic conclusion is going to be that bureaucracy one day is going to disappear totally. If we have such a technical advancement like AI, what do you think? I mean, not based on the books, obviously, which you're analyzing, but in your general research, do you think that AI is going to get rid of bureaucracy altogether?
No, not at all. I would say that AI is just an externalization of bureaucratic processes, an outsourcing, if you will, to non-human or post-human subjects. And I think, obviously, this conversation is becoming relevant these days with whatever is happening in the States and the Dodge Department for Government Efficiency trying to implement artificial intelligence-driven methods for efficientizing the state. But I would say these initiatives have been are nothing new in a sense. We have witnessed the same crisis with the introduction of the writing machine, for example, or the file cabinet or other sorts of writing technologies. Of course, on a different scale, but they were, I would say, the advancement of technology just produces a new way of thinking and accomplishing record keeping. It won't disappear, we'll just do it differently, to put it shortly.
You're currently teaching. My second question, because I see also Ivana wants to ask a question online, but are you teaching at the University of Bonn or doing only research?
It's just this research project. I'm looking to write a monograph about this.
Why I'm nosy, I'm asking because you mentioned spatial toxicity, and I have to say that my office is my sanctum, basically. This is where I detox. This is the place, if I don't touch the telephone and if nobody opens the door, I'm keeping it as a sanctuary. So I'm thinking of the image you have, the spatial toxicity as the corporate spatial toxicity. Somehow we tend to think that our offices are places for research, for creativity and so on. So your image was one of those cubicle structures, that people have open plan and basically they don't do anything, just push paper from left to right and vice versa. Anyway, thank you. Question from Ivana.
Hi, Alexandra. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Nice to see you again. I must tell to the others that Alexandra already authored a text portrait for our text portrait collection, which is really important, about Manasseh's capital. So which is also located in this field of research. But what I want to ask is something about a political framing of these different bureaucratic seats, because I have an idea that, or impression that when you were speaking about most of the novels, the idea of bureaucracy is some kind of a soft totalitarianism of post-World War II order, which is enhanced in the neoliberal order, of course. But then on the other hand, I was thinking of, the banality of evil, and Hannah Arendt's analysis of Eichmann, who was a perfect bureaucrat, and another which raises not only these issues of alienation of a working person, of the bureaucrat in his or her work setting, but also other much more deeper moral, ethical, and etc. issues. And the same thing is, like all the bureaucrats working in the colonial administration and the continuity of that kind of bureaucracy. So are there some nuances in the novels you have been analyzing? I mean, not today, but also in your, perhaps there's something in Blashaw, I'm not sure, because you said it was written at the same time as Camus' Plague. Yeah, so my question is, like about this larger political embedding of different bureaucracies, because they are not all of the same order, I assume.
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. Obviously, each of these narratives is anchored in a specific political, historical reality and in a specific administrative culture. So they all respond and criticize different details from the surrounding political landscape. However, I cannot but ask myself why most of the portrayals of bureaucracy are so negative and presented in such dreary terms, and what would it take for a piece of bureaucratic fiction to have a more positive image, to present a more positive image of an administrative system. And partly that question is answered. There is a fragment in David Foster Wallace's The Pale King, in which one of the tax inspectors is holding a speech to his co-workers in which he praises the heroism of the bureaucrat, which is not the heroism of the classical hero as we know it. So he's not doing acts of immense courage. He's not battling monsters, but he's coming into his office every day at 8 o'clock and minds his business, even if it's boring, even if it's dull, even if it's doing physical harm to him, because he knows it serves a greater good, a greater purpose, and it's essential for the functioning of the community. So I would say that's an iconic passage in which the work of bureaucrats is praised and presented in a different register. I'm sure there are some. So Moya Angelou, the Australian author I was mentioning, also plays with this trope, and in imagining an office with exclusively women workers, she's introducing some humor and a lighter tone to this depiction of office work. There are, as I said, multiple registers varying from horror and satire to light-hearted comedy. So it's a very versatile thematic field, I would say. I only presented dystopian and illnesses associated with them here because that was the topic of the conference. But of course, we can do a different one on the fun world of bureaucracy.
Thank you very much, Alexandra and Ivana. Ivana, I was trying to say we're recruiting for the project Caponeo. So I think the little head, which is visible in the left corner, he should be recruited. Can you hear me? Stop it. Okay, keep him in. Don't recruit them. Thank you so much, Alexandra. We're going to take hopefully some coffee in this half an hour, and then we're going to continue with the last two papers. But really, I appreciate Alexandra's participation, and also like the other online participants. She got involved back in the previous summer. She wanted to come to Cyprus in October, and now she's online with us. Thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you all. It was great seeing you.
So just by the display on screen, we are having a good time, obviously. I don't know if anybody's listening, only Hannah is online. In any case, we're having a good time, and we're trying to finish the day on a So it's on the part one classification. Croatia. Yeah. Anthropology and PhD candidate at the Center for Research in the Humanities at the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences of the University of Zagreb. And he's a member of his primary research interest is the historical and actual history of the Croatian lands at the end of the long 19th century. Carlos' presentation is entitled The Socialist Disease and the Twin Literature in Croatia. So, Carlo?
Yes.
Presentation.
Hopefully I won't. Yeah. But anyway, debate from students.
Yeah.
Give a little about the disabled. A bit about so, more or less from
Okay.
international law workshops. Which is these today to discuss an example from no surprise to everyone, I guess. They might have taken a step further, but choosing to speak about two novels that I presume you call from to read. So I don't think that previous them or read this time is not important. So there's like the secret information why these novels are completely in Croatia today. Both of the novels are actually quite the writer was from cultural memory and Balkans. But nevertheless, it's quite rare. I believe that these novels are profound. I think we think about but also it's a source of case studies, more broad. Thus, in this presentation, I will analyze two century what situation. Quite always traditional popular papacy or the English translation will be workshop. It was written by let's know, known author. And the second novel was written for my brother, Master Adam, but Master is the sense of Master. Some prayer. No, by so what novels were published in to share some characteristics. Primarily, it's one of the functions, political problems, including it's now supporters of the Croatian party prize that the main party for conservative nationalist conditions said party even today. So we did primarily for political purposes. So political education. The question is why novels were discussed Well, the reason is actually quite simple. I do believe these novels were quite wide range of time. So although sociological studies of literature recommend studying how and how broadly spread study the executive readership of individual forces of possible in the context of the great 19th century. Since then, I believe these novels were much more widely read, or at least some influential, with a strong promotion of institutional support, versus the novel much larger. But found by the 5% Rome as the time for the most influential, most powerful in Croatia and enterprise close connected to the Catholic Church. So the publication of this society was regularly promoted, great churches and other churches they reached a broad audience and public readings in churches who were really. On the other hand, organizations which works, although people published on friends, was recommended in almost such a great party of rights and most by said party. Also, a couple of years later, the newspaper was published by the party of rights as an attempt to use to organize its own production so it was a way responsibility to like price and of course low wages to time. So what you did is in Meister Adam, the protagonist the Adam, an old smart sportsman ran because she couldn't care for him after Adam's body refused to marry. However, Adam goes out on the phone, took the car to Zagreb transportation, and he made his phone involved with master job. Until a German worker named Schneider. Surprise. With a group of socialists, they encouraged to drink alcohol and self-doubt. And sometime after the old master of Russia dies, Schneider's widow takes over the workshop and prevents.
You're going to come tonight,
I'm so grateful downstairs to this and used to specified where he becomes master Taylor himself.
It is enough time if somebody wants to come back to the
school teacher, which is discarded.
Just
Other understand
because tonight we're going to go to this restaurant with this everybody was game. Yeah, in Hilton. So we're give her all
human qualities already there's no and continues to check Master Taylor.
If you notice, there was showers this morning.
On the other hand, the organization
that's why they said
it's like a doctor. It's not clearly specified what kind of doctor, but obviously sometimes the name title, a physician or so this doctor called Ivan Kličević, which is made of respected like family and a very part of the practice. Unlike law, he decides that he dedicates himself to work primarily explaining the white social council and how they are being slavery for this. This time for Germans and of course Jews.
like this one.
Kličević writes.
It's an old, I don't know.
Things like articles, aiming to
This is a new version of it.
false,
It is
mild creations and also the amazing impersonation of the romance, which is showing political performance, liberal protagonist including using stuff, for some words, curious edition, realizing that the only love you need is love for politics. However, what's particularly interesting connects to novels like people that cannot use fair romance and socialism is the presence of ideas. And this was just from the best. It's a smart, challenging generation. The 19th century, especially in Spain, found zero price and strengthening of psychiatric research was accompanied by this very marked idea.
3 packages of papers, so I didn't make up a lot of
Working on the idea that the model life leads to hereditary deterioration, that is memory, social
so this is
the particularly popular cases where Dr. Delicia describes self-respect disease, stating that, and I quote, German Jewish socialism benefited from layers of hard workforce and face creation conflicts, killing the most feelings in their farmers, especially those who are naturally more inclined towards selfishness. What's lost by the opposite the Delicia stock. The novel he decided to support socialist forces instead of Croatian workers. Similarly, in my survival, more frequently of science makes distinctive however, I believe it's not just quality illness or medical disease without political specifically psychiatric disease. I will highlight one scientific work, so about 2 years before this novel was published, Dr. understanding of the silence of insane on so-called scientific inspection consideration of pathological sexual urges from psychiatric legal perspective. For various crimes, particularly ones, moral insanity claims that patients, I quote, cannot grasp ethical concepts because they know nothing of no heart for their brothers and parents, nor do they understand the love of one's own needs, no compassion for fellow suffering. She lost the description of moral consent, among other things, can be identified by critical traits such as poor posture and distinct social features. Hornbuckle emphasizes that morally sane people often present themselves as considerate aggression. So this is merely a close observation between the federal savings of something for the simplest measures. So it's quite important. For strict moral sanity,
Oh yeah, the first 6 months.
Unlike the others, he does not get drunk, so it's meetings, blasphemy against God, operation empathy, and the vision of values that are important to others. Because of this, however, we not throughout the social community compliance, socialism about his life and war problems and has Riddle's graphic nature was quickly revealed due to an unexpected question. Instead of calling the rational workers to was the violence with no ethical strain, as he explains to us. I will feel tonight, because that's also do you know what this means for us? It means that you pronounce this person, then what you no law, no family, no friends. We begin with such teachings and end with fire and day. For we seek to grind to dust the nations everything that we can create. Our task is down the churches, schools, and destroying but what will happen afterwards? But this way, it must come to us well, to us. And if the Lord also knew, slow our people, but once necessary, without asking whether they are Second century is almost a mirror image of foreign market description, moral standards. It's probably a clear indication these novels can should be part of the history of the time. The description of social experience, though less detailed or similar, the leadership social scholars portrayed capable of speaking about skills, quality, freedom, interest, violence, students, and control of the situation. That is assuming they face seriously. You both know people who are beyond help. You can only bring harm to society. A particularly interesting response exists to do so to teachers and their sympathizers who are creating groups, who are leadership structures more the same, which is often flexible physical appearance, according to the current situation of the corporate poetry, supported by liberal growth, and to some extent the of himself socialism. This is part of the generation. Support socialism and accused can become false. The physical appearance corresponds to that. As people with something, red eyes, pale skin, and round voice. Once physically strong, now weak. For the 19th century, dangerous socialism. Figures in the fight against eugenics in Croatia included altruism was disease that led to atheism and the rejection of patriotic credits. The connection to social is clear. In many cases, socialists were actually accused of both altruism and moral. Socialism has made sure that this one is around. The very one If it would be only for days, however, it's important to know what the model is saying. The model is saying almost incurable disease. The sympathizers are very small and before we say, after all, according to the time found aren't converted to one of the children, some of all its children and the part of the sheriff's negative flesh. Thus, no small saying because simply the still modest national wealth. Similarly, this part not spiders have no understanding of social leaders, but he means elements use powerful rational arguments to explain socialism and seek to explore them for their own ultimately unattainable goals. Of course, the these lectures held in 1975 and published as a normal lecture for friends who want that all the national songs in Europe between 1848 1871 was passed and people tried to put the word supposed to discriminate, discrimination between individuals, between groups, ideologies, and historical processes for political purposes. Discrimination that replaced early historical and political discrimination means validation both past and present is either legitimate or illegitimate. Well, further states from his contemporary biological, anatomical, psychological, and science make it possible to recognize the movement that can be endorsed and the movement that must be spread. In this context, the psychiatry functions as public science and social protection. Society, which as a matter of fact, information institutionalization of social is scientifically legitimacy still allows powers and short notice. Ultimately, those pieces of knowledge and Turkish publishers are part of the constitution of society. Response to the entry masses of political spirit, and the emergence of strengthening all political movement. But this is the position, that is the position as young people to be organized, which is defined as traditional, as the immediate traditional values of the bourgeois society. In this sense, the psychiatric discourse of this novel contributes to the construction of socialism as disease. It inaugurates distributory programs that encompass the field of social requires the possibility to change the kind of category of unmonitored extreme kind of disease. All these functions and overarching things found most evident across Europe with foreign aspirants. Nothing but politics, but also
Thank you. You are Any questions?
It's good to write text for
After the workshop, everybody's going to get the email, please deliver to yourself.
So when do we?
If you want to read it, that's the best way to read it actually. It's far better than reading the novels.
Okay, so today we're having anybody so questions? We have
The writer is not actually the teacher.
Yeah.
It's not as pretty.
Connection between Catholic Church and socialism not also later. You said that the book is probably books, right? Would you say yeah, I said that the idea is not very smart, but would you say that is variation in language? Because actually I find language linguistic text. So is it the language which makes it happy? Or is it the concept? It's better when I want to say that, for example, some writers have very bad ideas. The language is very the same.
Variable by language. It just completely else. But I mean, it's technically quite hard to find what genres because the primary function is educational focus. Style is just different styles. It doesn't work. I don't know if it works there, but I do believe it's more hard to write.
There is something under the holiday.
I know a question that I know that poems, but why often it's not language, having this poem. There's a problem with this communism of 40s and 50s, and the question alcoholism of workers is quite crucial. So that's something I know similar.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned that this groundwater is and it's extremely
in this case, actually, there's a medical.
They also outvote some throughout the 9th century, always Croatian Yugoslav well into the 1920s, 1930s.
There's nothing. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your paper. We're coming on to the end of the session. We have our presenter, Marina, professor of knowledge and contemporary exploration and literature at the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, University of Zagreb. Research interests include the digestive authorship, the discord, post-coloniality. She was the principal investigator of the Information Science Foundation pilot project Literary Revolutions, 2008 to 2004. And now she's a collaborator with the Zagreb team on the project with the Cartography of the Political Novel in Europe. Marina is the author of the monograph Nicosia and Nicosia. And also information Politics of authorship. She also prepared the critical edition of Iranian British And so brings me more sister and you the academic conference proceedings, we need to be there. And so we are waiting for the it's getting practice. Also, like house for let's start then. Književnost, motori, akambari, just to be impartial as much as possible. So, we're going to continue. I hope the distance learning people can hear us. Thank you very much. I don't know how reliable it is. Sound. Promises. We're online. All right.
Scroll down. Okay. Okay. Well, hello everyone. The talk, I think, sounds pretty theoretical, but it's only part because I have one role and one novella focus. Both from Bosnian, Slavian, Serbian, Croatian, author, Ivo language. I will get to him soon, but at the beginning to explain the title and the focus, I will shortly have two quotes from Bernard Stiegler, the author who took steps further from Derrida's interpretation of Arco. And he puts three statements here that are, I think, important for us in this conference because stories about illness, diseases, and of history of politics that shapes its flow are not only about specific health issues, epidemics and disasters, but also about the way that they were reflected, in which they were considered, and how they were taken care of, and what victories and defeats they brought into the space of shared experience. So writing about diseases, politics could be understood as a kind of political analysis in Greek meaning of the word as memory, or medical evidence of what's the problem of symptomatology. So, and also there, the analysis, as we know, when we came to doctor, we always get that list of history of illness. That should and hopefully would lead us to the question of healing and pharmacology. So that question of pharmacology, as Bernard Stiegler points out in his many books, that question is inevitable in a world crisis. If we talk about epistemological crisis, economic, health, ecology, or whatever. And he said, in the first poll, that's the most important question. Pharmacological question haunts planetary consciousness and the planetary unconscious. And we will come to that later to the text. And the second two quotes, we will also get to them to the text, to the literary text. It's a question of healing or pharmacon that is connected with our ability to receive the care that could be taken, and the care of which, and that's something of which the care must be taken. So there are two ways of this meaning. And the third one is also what's important, and it's important in theory as much as in literature, the question of repetition. Repetition that could lead us to healing. So, our text today, first one and the most important text is Travnička Kronika, or Travnik Chronicle, or Bosnian Chronicle, or the Days of Consuls. That's different translations of the same novel. This one is the first edition in the very beginning of socialist Yugoslavia, so it's 1945, and the very end of the Second World War. So I think that's really important that the book that is published at the end of that catastrophe, war catastrophe, and also in the same year is published the other novel, The Bridge over Drina, Nadine Chupria, the same year, and he received the Nobel Prize for that. And the year after that is published his letter from 1920, Pismo iz 1920. Also, the text shows the text that deals with the same question of illness, disease, and healing in the political sense of the word. So, through this text, we can say that these transformative aspects of literature as analysis and pharmacon are his interest, his Andrew's interest on all these texts, and in them he is discussing something that is widely accepted as a clash of civilizations, East and West, and as an approach to the suffering of Bosnia, I could say, as a part of the darkness of both Eastern and Western imperialism. And so we will see that through it, through the text, how that functioned. So we can say that with its title, the title of the novel and its narrative, Andrus describes the arrival and the departure of consuls, diplomatic representatives of Austrian and French authorities, that is connected with the expansion and decline of Napoleon's rule. So it's the 19th century, the time of Napoleonic Europe. That's the one point, and the other point is the time of that the novel was published. So we have Second World War, end of the Second World War, and Napoleon post-revolutionary Europe. So, and he is in that narration, he is following these consuls. And, the most important is French consul David and his younger colleague Debussy, and also Austrian consul von Mitteren, to consul von Mitteren and von Paulich, as they belong to the western point of view, and on the other side we have viziers who came from the other side, other area, and also we see Bosnia, they see Bosnia as a liminal darkness of their center of power. So these observations that we can follow to, first of all, from Nabil, they are made as some kind of orientalistic disease. And we will see that closely. They are, because they are reflecting and they are thinking about Bosnia in this as a kind of mysterious disease, as an oriental toxin which came into man's blood, making him set, unnerved, and unprepared, incapable of seeing reality or forming a sub-judgment, and can only battle, etc., etc. At the same time, trying to resist this oriental toxin and this silence that is intoxicating. David is trying to write a literary text, a poem, historical epic about Alexander the Great. For him, Alexander the Great is a personification of the great Napoleon. the general, and also the first forms of general nomenclature. And David is writing 24 cantos, already he wrote 24 cantos, and he said the poem had gradually became a kind of disguised diary of David's soul. And it's interesting that we can follow how David understands the function of literature, and we can see in this quote that his position and his perspective to literature is subject of irony. So, direct objective narrator discreetly comments his attitude to literature and his orientalistic views. He said, like all writers who lack the gift and true vocation, David was victim of a stubborn, deep-seated illusion, namely that men can attain poetry to a certain deliberate exercise of the mind, and that the creation of poetry rewards and consoles man for the evils with which life burdens and surrounds him. So he is ironical towards that function of literature, but at the same time, he is really engaged about the question what literature can do in political and historical life and all those crises. What is real final form of literature? I will not get through many different examples. I will give you just a couple of them. Where he first of all explains some type of symptomatology or analysis of the sickness. But first of all, as what Anders is a very interesting writer, because these clashes of civilizations are not so interesting as much as a clash between narrator and character and the clashes between different characters. So it's a really good example of dialogism in polyphony that at the level of narrations, questions and maybe fight about this really important questions for him, and that's how to see symptomatology, how to take analysis, and how to get some kind of healing, if it's possible. So, as a kind of answer to this, we have second young consul, Defosse, who quotes as an answer, an indirect answer, he quotes Boileau about the Alexander the Great. And that's the quote. What do you imagine? Alexander, as he lays waste, what do you imagine as he lays waste on earth, is seeking amid horror, tumult, and war, possessed by a tedium he cannot master. He fears to be left to his resources and longs to escape from himself. So that point where Ariane Defosse is critical about that David's writing, but also it's an implicit answer to the David's perspective, or all perspective, main perspective towards literature and towards politics, and also kind of explicating point of interest of saying of the text of the novels. So first of all, we will now have a couple of examples of that kind of analysis of that disease, or that's something what's happening with the characters. We can say that although even that young Defosse was more realistically grounded, and he's different than David towards politics, towards people, towards community, he also, as narrator said, he also suffers from the same malaise, same sickness, same blood, we would say. He is also plugged. They both are nursed by their own private knowledge. So that private thickness is something what is now in our scope and in the perspective of interest in the text. So we have here some kind of symptomatology of the young deficit toward the east. And I will have a couple of quotation, and I will ask you kindly if you have some more energy to read, because I think that they can tell us more about him. Some of them will be extended book, but we'll get through them. So that the Bosnia as a we would say that the Bosnia is some kind of reason of their sickness. So Bosnia in the east came as a kind of sickness who is not explained. That is nothing explainable. And also, we have another character who is not one of the main, but it's interesting. And I choose different color to stress the difference between the perspective of narrator and the perspective of character. The red one is perspective of narrator, who see that young man, pressing man, who has some symptoms that are translated in the Will's perspective, not the narrator's perspective, and the character's perspective as a problem of East, problem of Bosnia. So we see that narrator shows us that there are some symptoms that could be seen as some kind of anamnesis, but the way that David is interpreting his own, I think he's trying to show us that David's perspective is also part of symptomatology. So we have two levels. One is David who is trying to make an anamnesis, and the other is narrator who shows that making an anamnesis is also an anamnesis. If you can follow here, kindly. So that infection, that some symptoms are real of the narrator, but interpretation is intoxicated. We will see further. And there are more examples, but now we will skip them and come a little to David's. When we see that David's perspective, we can see that his perspective is some kind of symptomatology of his own. If we can follow that line, that line from that quote of Wano, we can see that text is now leading us to question what's the matter with David, not what's the matter with Boston, then what's the matter with David. And we can see that in one scene, when as a diplomatic representative, David and the other consuls are invited to viziers to celebrate one war victory. And in that occasion, he is in front of them after they get lemonade, chibuks, cigarettes, and coffee. In front of them, they see that thing, a pile of noses, ears, and flesh, human flesh. So, and what's David's reaction? He is overwhelmed. Once more, says narrator, nausea welled up in David's throat, and he felt his eyes dimming. What does it mean? Once more, what does it mean? it's the first one that kind of sees the first one in the novel, but not in the Will's life. And later we have the answer for that once more, and that's the other. Once more, it's said that he felt not the same sea in front of his eyes, but something that that made him felt like this, that he felt nausea, that he felt sickness. And we can see that in this. It was when he was young, on the streets of Paris, seeing a revolutionary party in front of his eyes. So that's the remembrance of that, of the French Revolution. So we had French Revolution as a first trauma, Bosnia as a second trauma that is generated. We have here some kind of repetition that is important for finding the pharmacon according to Schlick. So this malaise that French that damage here is giving us that sickness, malaise, toxic poison that are part of state of minds of his characters now becomes clear. Not only part of first of all object of their judgment, but of them. They are actually infected not by the Bosnia, Eastern, etc., but something of themselves. So that's the one step to the inside analysis. We can see that here we can now recall that quote from the beginning, the quote that said what's the importance, where is the importance of repetition. That sole portion of life to which, as you can see here, to which no man can ever become accustomed, is not an exclusive property of the East. That sole portion began to fall on the revolutionary streets of Paris. And why East? Why Bosnia? Because, and that could be part of amateur Orientalism perhaps, or maybe some kind of his own pharmacology. That East here is a place, fictional place, it's not space of mentality, it's a fictional place, a condition described with metaphors of poison and disease, which have in common the reduction of vital forces, mental and physical decay, because he creates East as some kind of other space of heterotopia, a place of variation that ensures the visibility of something that is otherwise repressed, hidden, or sanitized, such as illness, hatred, or poison, organized with visible borders and not only apparent accessibility from the perspective of consuls, immigrants, and Westerners, and Easterns also. Bosnia functions here simultaneously as a stage and a prison, and museum, and residence. So the opening and closing of the novel make it clear that the drama of these arrivals has actually that drama is disturbing the usual order in the country that actually exists all progress and keeps its street investment. So I will not go further in that explanation. Just I will show you that quote that shows that Eastern place as a place of visibility of all these symptoms, all this phenomenology of sickness. And that's the perspective of Westerners also. So we will not just say that this part is from the chapter 12 that is completely entirely devoted to the subject of illness and treatment, and we have there 4 medical men who the most important doctors in Travnik, Danet Kolonja, Mordoatias, and Luka Dafnic, and between them, Luka Dafnic is the one that is most important, so-called the medic or the doctor who dedicated his whole life to medicine and healing, and he is explaining widely what's the way of understanding the sickness and health. And he said sickness and health are precise names of something that is actually, and we can see, a complex ebb and flow. And sickness and health are mere fragments. And we arbitrarily set names to them. And the whole art of healing consists in recognizing, sizing, and using forces that surge in the direction of growth towards the healing. So I will not get, we don't have time to go through, but Luka explains how we can push things and people toward that direction of growth. And he says we can do it with herbs, and with stones, in herbis, in verbis, in lapidibus. So actually the character who is not maybe the only character who is not organized here is a healer, who is talking about the way of healing, and one of the ways. So we say we have now two different perspectives of what literature could do. We have also the letter from 1920, where one of the characters said, if we study something what's sickness as a hatred, he said hatred, we could maybe recognize it, isolate, and classify it and as hatred. So, which is also, I think, is discussing this in the novel. Also, is his narrator is also in dialogue with this perspective in this novella. But obviously, is engaged about the ways if we go. We are at the very end. If we go to different and opposite perspective of healing, we can say that this text should be curative and also instructive in both ways of understanding the meaning of the stuff and here is the perspective of here as a reversing. It's not only a question of one medicine, it's a reversing a rhythm of decay, changing toward the direction of growth. And if we make a step toward the understanding of narrative, also narrative is dealing with some kind of rhythm of narration and curative decay aspect of the subject. Therapeutic moment is as Stephen points out. Don't you want to know what the winner? Yeah. It's more information. Activity that is supplementary in sense that generates new form of knowledge, new long circuits of transindividuation open by and this happens in the end, he leaves that outside. He leaves And he finally pressed Bosnian silence as a kid. He dressed it as a rebel. The less particular about the will is that he dressed the clothes of the right throne, the quiet of the like soundless inward man.
We can drive. Okay. We can take the time to go. I depends how you move. Take a taxi, 1 minute. Question. So stick around. Really, to measure started from 5 minutes. It's very close down the street. So basically, we're going to a place called Nicosia, and it is a restaurant on the side of Hilton, which is the only Hilton left. Here on the main stage. Do you want me to send you a clip or something, channel? How are you planning to go with the Jay, will you be okay?
No, sure.
Yeah, you just have any personal questions. It's sidewalk. The recording doesn't know. Do you need the
When we talk about the problem of temperament in the north, but it is a chronicle, but it exhibits almost precisely the Brazilian three-tier the bags of Bosnia, the conjecture of the consuls, and the small events of what happened to them. That's the first thing. So there is a clash of temporalities there, but there is that long terrain of Bosnia. Secondly, if you look at both the consuls and the viziers as main protagonists, they are all exiled. And the Mehmed Pasha and the Ibrahim Pasha. They are exiled from the center of power. So this country is a land of exile. And that is, I think, that can be seen as a place of practice as exile. So to frame Andrich as an ethnocentric writer would be, I think, a huge mistake. Because his problem is general.
I hope that I.
Yeah, you. Yeah. Say that might be approached from different also perspective.
And it was explained as a writer of Bosnia.
Yeah, he is, so he is.
But I think these deeds are contemporary.
Yeah.
Not only for the end of the World War, but today and every place and time. That makes him great writer.
And you can see that Bosnia becomes a place of that indivisibility. That very dark appearance.
To talk about the idea of exile being the point where healing and writing starts. It is there is a text, an essay of Claudio Guillen about different concepts of exile, counter-exile and exile. And the idea of counter-exile is when you make exile as a starting point for creation and salvation. So this is what all the biggest writers did while in exile. So, and he even uses at one point the example of Mickiewicz, where he develops his political idea while being in exile in Russia. So it is really interesting, not only for him being the great Polish writer, but also in developing politics. So the step that I'm thinking about in relation to your paper is another one. What kind of politics can we identify from this
very innovative reading of language that you offered us. So, what kind of problems? I expected not to be discussed here because you can present lots of lines, but maybe to think about it when writing the paper. Just why would Chronica be a political novel? Maybe just this one step. You already did everything with text.
Well, the Schiller is constructive the authors, the actual with what he said that the point is to make pharmacon creative, and creativity, according to Winnicott, is called Winnicott from one point of view, and the less and less repetition from the other point. And he makes his own statement about politics is that we gain creatively, the title of this book, the world modes of living. That's the point of the text and politics of this text. How to make world or life more living. So that's the main question of the politics, and we can say that Anders was playing with his main character as one who gave all these steps in sickness and malaria, etc. And the repetition of his trauma, only to get to that point of healing, to that point of creativity, to that point that he can imagine that there is possibility of that right role. So that possibility of the right role is a politics of the life worth living. Simple,
You had that internal exile, which writing in writings with he was an ambassador in the Nazi Germany, and the internal exile in the Second World War, but he wrote writing. So the politics is internalization, absolutely. He was a great reader of Stoic philosophy, and this politics is Stoic.
Thank you.
With this, we are completing the first day of our workshop. We thank very much our colleagues from the distance learning who are recording. And what we didn't have any major technical issues. We are looking forward to the same tomorrow. We can stop recording now. Thank you very much. Thank you.